Compared with the quietness from a year ago, the presidential palace located on Coral Island became more bustling. The white paint and marble poles resembled the White House, and the beautiful tropical garden became a tourist attraction. On the grass field in front of the palace, Jiang Chen saw the bodyguards in suits and shades. He also saw the tourists taking photos. When he arrived, the advisor of the president was already waiting at the door. He was the only one in Xi'an that didn't require a reservation to see the president. After explaining the purpose of the visit, the advisor respectfully led him into the grand hall and brought him to the office. There were two people sitting on the sofa in the office. One of them naturally was Zhang Yaping, while the other person looked rather unfamiliar. Seeing Jiang Chen come in, the two people stood up. Zhang Yaping first introduced Jiang Chen as the more honorable guest. "This is Jiang Chen, the president of Xi'an Star Corporation. You must have heard of him before. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jiang Chen." Smith, in a black suit, was clean-shaven, and politely extended his hand. "This is the representative from Matrix Desalination Company, Lute Smith." Then, Zhang Yaping introduced his guest to Jiang Chen. "Hello, Mr. Smith, it is pleasure to meet you as well." Jiang Chen shook hands with him and nodded before taking a seat. Then he looked at President Zhang Yaping. Zhang Yaping sensed the question in his eyes and began to explain. "So this is the case. Currently, we plan to construct a water desalination plant in Xi'an, so we invited Matrix Desalination Company to conduct a construction analysis for us on Coral Island." "Desalination plant? Is there not enough fresh water on the island?" Jiang Chen was surprised. "Not enough is an understatement. Xi'an's current water supply relies on imports from Australia," Smith said while taking out a stack of documents from his briefcase. "This is the underground water basin distribution AMD. These are the possible water treatment plant locations." Jiang Chen had no idea how much his water bill was for his mansion, especially compounded with the fact that he constantly ran to the apocalypse. It was not until Zhang Yaping mentioned this did he realize this problem. Before the 20th century, Coral Island's underground aquifer stored an ample amount of water. But due to global warming, rising sea level, seawater being used to clean the roads and houses, the seawater filtrated and polluted into the underground aquifer. This depleted the freshwater resources, hence the water supply on the island could only rely on the aquifer in the center of island as well as the small freshwater lake in the nearby Gallon Island. Tropical regions typical experienced a long rain season, and Xi'an had an ample amount of fresh water resources, but with the increase in immigration and exponential growth in tourism, the water system previously designed to supply 50,000 people now must supply 150,000 people. To avoid paying for the expensive water price, a lot of tourists came with bagfuls of water. But it made life difficult for the locals. It would be ridiculous to buy fresh water off of Amazon. Including the workers without Xi'an citizenship, Xi'an's population reached the 50,000 mark. Typically, in major city with sophisticated facility, everyone consumed on average 400 kilograms of fresh water, therefore Xi'an's average water consumption was 20,000 tons of water per day. Based on stats, 1% to 2% of the water was needed for drinking, therefore Xi'an required 200 to 400 tons of fresh water for its residents. Water for showering could be conserved, but drinking water could not be conservatively measured. The saving grace was that Xi'an's government had money and was able to sign a water supplying contract with Australia City West Water to alleviate the water supplying pressure domestically. But the high price of transportation meant that importing water was not a long-term solution. The Xi'an Congress voted to start a bid for the construction of a water desalination plant on Coral Island to decrease the high water price. Before the citizens' dissatisfaction turned into protest. Jiang Chen flipped through the documents while Zhang Yaping continued to explain. "We plan to give the water desalination plant project to you. If future group is not interested, we can think of other solutions. Why doesn't CWW build the water plant?" Jiang Chen asked. In Jiang Chen's memory, it was Australia's City West Water, CWW, corporation that handled the water supply and pipeline maintenance on Coral Island. Jiang Chen was really disinterested in the fresh water market. Even if the water reached a ridiculous price of $5 per ton and they gained a monopoly on Xian's water supply, the water desalination plant's monthly profit was at most $500,000. A yearly profit of $6 million would not even make a material impact on any of Future Group's internet, food, automotive, or healthcare business. CWW thinks our market is not enough to support a water desalination plant and chose to ignore our bid. And other small companies don't have the ability to accept the bid. If it not possible, Congress is discussing about treating the desalination project as a social benefit project, just like state schools, and have the government run it, Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Continue to fund fresh water through the state could not be sustainable even for the rich Xian government. Your proposal is? Jiang Chen looked to Smith. Smith smiled, took the document from Jiang Chen's hand and flipped to the page with color. Based on an assessment of Panu Islands, our company recommends this integrated desalination unit in this document, which uses the LTMED principle. The entire desalination production line can handle 35,000 tons of daily capacity, and the processing cost of $1.60 per ton can perfectly solve the current water supply crisis facing Xian. What's the price? Including the construction of the treatment plant, the total cost is $150 million. It's too expensive. Jiang Chen shook his head. Without considering the cost of maintenance, the water desalination plant under ideal settings would take 30 years to recover the initial investment. Even with plenty of money, Jiang Chen had no reason to accept a losing deal. Smith had a helpless smile. Water desalination is a long-term investment. Trust me, the one-time investment is more worth it compared to importing water long-term. Can you lower the price? This is the market price. Smith, in an unnegotiable tone, said. Matrix has designed water desalination plants for Maldives, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and their price is much more expensive compared to yours. To be honest, Smith was growing impatient after the negotiation had taken so long. The negotiation was without any progress. The Xian government wanted to use water desalination but didn't want to spend the money. The biggest water supplier CWW refused the bid from the start, which made him feel like he was wasting his time. His company urged him to finish this deal and take his team to Saudi. There was a $1 billion project with Saudi National Desalination waiting for him. Suddenly, Jiang Chen spoke. Wait, you mean, the price of water desalination equipment is expensive? You think water desalination is just setting up a boiler? I recommend giving it a try. Smith said harshly, stood up, left a business card on the table, and looked at Jiang Chen. Regretfully, Mr. President, we didn't reach a partnership. My team and I already wasted a week on the island. Regarding the cost to the geology analysis, water treatment plant location selection, we'll bill separately and send it to the presidential palace 7 days later. If you and your advisors have come to a decision, please contact us then. I have a plane to catch in 2 hours. See you. Smith picked up the briefcase and left without turning his head. Jiang Chen wanted to keep him here, but Jiang Chen stopped him. Let him leave. I don't want to work without them anyways. Jiang Chen laughed. We'll spend the money if it is necessarily, since we can't just rely on importing fresh water. Wait, what are you saying? You want to get into the desalination business? Jiang Chen suddenly realized and looked at Jiang Chen, ecstatic. If Future Group planned to take this project, there was nothing for him to worry about. I didn't have the plan from the start. Jiang Chen started to grin, but based on what he said, the water desalination business is quite big. Jiang Chen almost forgot that not only Xian lacked in water. Companies such as Saudi Arabia and the UAE were all countries where water was more expensive than oil. Even in Han, why did the Han government spend massive amounts of money to move the water from the south to the north? It was because the north lacked water. If the Han government could build tens of water desalination projects off of the northern coast, there would be no need to move water. Water desalination was not a small market at all, there were massive gains. Was water desalination technology a problem in the 22nd century? Reverse osmosis, low-temperature multi-effect method, electrodialysis were all outdated. He almost didn't pick up the cash lying on the ground. Jiang Chen couldn't sit around any longer as he stood up abruptly. Sorry, is it Matrix? From now on, you have competition. Seeing Jiang Chen was about to leave, Zhang Yaping rushed to ask. You're going to? He didn't stop Smith from leaving. Now that Jiang Chen was about to leave too, he was uncertain. Someone must take care of the fresh water problem. Jiang Chen stopped, turned around, and smiled at him. I'm going to see CWW. I suddenly remembered future heavy industrial could potentially make water desalination equipment. The could potentially almost made Zhang Yaping cough blood in anger. He heavily criticized him in his mind. Fu *K. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 662 Are you interested in working with us? Not only the expansive international market, once Penglai City is completed, fresh water supply would become an actual problem. A total of 300,000 units are sold as of now. Even with only 50% occupancy rate, the population of Penglai would be a ridiculous number. Jiang Chen left the presidential palace, got in a car, and asked Aisha to send him to the gate of CWW. Once they were on their way, he first called the CWW people before opening the hologram image on his left hand. Blue particles emerged and a three-dimensional portrait appeared inside the car. Aisha's widened eyes were written with shock, but she didn't say anything. She closed the windows of the car and continued to focus on the road. Jean, initiate the fourth-dimensional messenger and scan the technology recovery catalog of Fallout Shelter 027 to match seawater desalination for me. Understood. A girl in the hologram projection nodded and the realistic curvature flashed with light blue data streams. The fourth-dimension messenger was previously attached to the chip on his EP and was used to connect with Lin Lin. It was later updated to connected with the Fishbone server to ease Jiang Chen in connecting with the apocalypse. Because Yao Yao's watch included the function of EP, Jiang Chen transferred the chip into the watch. Search complete. 7 matches found. Download to my watch. Affirmative, Mr. President, Jean said, emotionless. Watching the bar load on the hologram screen, Jiang Chen poked the projection. Received. You can go play now. Question, what does go play now mean? It means you can come out once I need you again. It was weird feeling having someone watch you. Even if she was an AI, as other than her expression, she was too close to a human. Understood. She nodded and her figure changed into blue letters before fading from the air. Sinking into the seat, Jiang Chen called out the documents downloaded. When the infection source was cleared from the city center, Fallout Shelter 027, with the help of NAC 1st Division, began to conduct technology recovery work in Wanghai's shambles. Disregarding if they digested the technology or not, all the data was inputted into the server by the thousands of researchers for future use. Water desalination technology was a common technology in the population-abundant 22nd century. Although Wanghai at the mouth of Huangpu River could not experience the agony of water shortage, it didn't prevent it in providing technology service to water shortage areas of the pack. The scientists of the Fallout Shelter only recorded the technology without digesting and organizing the technology yet. However, the documents themselves had comprehensive conceptual drawings and data entries so Jiang Chen could read through the content of the technology. With his finger sliding through the interface, a blue rectangle appeared and outlined the outer appearance of the water desalination device. Who is she? Aisha curiously asked. Artificial intelligence. Her name is Jean. It is a program. I thought she was your assistant, Aisha said in a quiet voice while making a turn. CWW's office in Xi'an was located in the city center of Coral Island. Fortunately, the road condition was not too bad and they arrived at their destination in 15 minutes. With the car parked, Jiang Chen's hand grasped in the air and retracted the hologram screen before he stepped out of the vehicle. In a tourism city full of taxis, a flamboyant Lamborghini was quite eye-catching. Some tourists even took out their phones to snap a picture, although Jiang Chen didn't know why they were so excited. He walked into the CWW building and an assistant came to greet him and took him up the elevator. On the way there, Jiang Chen already phoned CWW's regional manager. Although the manager didn't want to persist with Xi'an's government on the problem of water desalination, with the consideration of Jiang Chen's identity, Jim Attree still agreed to his unexpected visit and moved his other meeting back by an hour. Please sit down, Mr. Jiang Chen. Attree poured a cup of coffee for Jiang Chen and sat across from him. I'm surprised you came to visit our company. Is Future Group interested in the water business? Precisely speaking, we are interested in water desalination. Jiang Chen took a sip of the coffee before he decided not to touch it anymore. It was as bitter as Chinese medicine. Attree thought Jiang Chen was here to convince him about the water desalination plant, he sighed. We have a running joke in our company. Oh. Jiang Chen looked at him, intrigued. Our company's water supplying business in Xi'an's total profit is not even close to our gain in real estate. Attree savored the taste of the coffee as he continued in a light-hearted tone. For example, the building underneath me, including renovations, it costed a total of $150,000. Now, I can sell it for $2 million. Huh, that is a funny joke. Jiang Chen grinned. Are you that pessimistic about Xi'an's fresh water market? There are only 50,000 permanent residents here, but what about a year later? This is not the key. Attree shook his head, threw a cubed sugar into the coffee and gently stirred. Xi'an government wants us to increase our size here, but they also want to treat drinking water as a benefit. In terms of price, we don't have the ability to set the price. Although Coral Island lacked fresh water, to be honest, we don't view too positively the market here. Then do you have plans to sell the business here? Jiang Chen asked. Attree shook his head. While we don't favor it, we don't plan to leave. So you want to maintain the status quo? Jiang Chen understood their strategy. Yes. Attree agreed. Xi'an's freshwater pipelines were owned by CWW. Other freshwater companies who want to enter the market had only two options. Either work with them or relay the pipelines. Even if the government chose to import freshwater, they still must sell the freshwater at a low price to them based on the contract before they supply the water to the residents. The buy high sell low was another form of subsidization. Attree took another sip of the coffee, looked at Jiang Chen, and used a quite surprised tone. Is Future Group interested in the freshwater business? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded again. He looked at him and continued, Future Heavy Industrial recently made a groundbreaking discovery in water desalination technology. Zhang Yapin happened to mention to me about the water shortage in Xi'an, so I plan to build a water desalination plant with an estimated daily treatment amount of 40,000 tons. 40,000 tons was just a conservative number. Any water desalination technology from the 22nd century had a minimum treatment amount exponentially higher than that. But for Xi'an, the number was enough. With Xi'an's electricity price, we can control the cost of every ton of treated water to be less than $0.50. $0.50. That's pretty good. Suddenly, Atree's hand holding the coffee cup froze. Bang, the cup smashed on the ground. Without caring for the coffee spilled on himself, he banged on the table and looked at Jiang Chen with eyes widened. That's impossible. I never heard of any technology that could compress the cost to this low, even Matrix can't do this. But we are Future, Jiang Chen said without much expression, but he was laughing in his mind. This is because the electricity price is high here. If it were in the 22nd century, with mature nuclear fusion technology, the cost of water desalination is not much higher than the underground water itself. A tree wanted to rebuke, but his words were stuck in his throat. He suddenly remembered that Future Group always made miracles come true and they always revolutionized the traditional way of thinking. From virtual reality to housework robots. An absurd idea surfaced in his head. Maybe they could really do it. What do you think? Are you interested in working with us? Jiang Chen, with a smile, looked at the silent tree. $1. The desalinated water at this price was cheaper than some of the water pumped from the underground aquifer. A tree never heard of such a powerful water desalination technology. The cost of seawater desalination was highly dependent on the local electricity price. Xi'an had no oil production and used renewable resources for electricity generation. While it was environmentally friendly, electricity was not cheap. Based on CWW's estimate, a desalination plant on Coral Island, even with the most advanced equipment, would have a cost of $2 per ton. So when Jiang Chen suggested the cost of $0.5, a tree was very shocked. Even with a nuclear power plant on Coral Island, the desalinated water wouldn't be so cheap. Both parties quickly reach an agreement and pen the negotiating terms. Future Heavy Industrial will build the desalination plant, CWW will be responsible for the pipeline to connect Future Group's treated water to Xi'an's water supply system. A tree immediately asked his assistant to print the contract and signed with Jiang Chen a water supplying contract of 20,000 tons per day. He looked anxiously, afraid Jiang Chen may back out on the deal. When the contract was signed, a tree personally sent him to the door. The black coffee I brought back from West Australia, do you want to take some home? No need. Jiang Chen thanked him for the offer. He already experienced how awful it tastes. A 20,000-ton supply agreement, take away the cost related to human labor, $0.5 per ton of profit could bring Future Group a monthly income of $300,000. The profit was meager, even if Future Group purchased CWW's water supplying system and vertically integrated the entire chain, it would at most double the number. From the start, Jiang Chen put his focus on the international market. He happened to have a person's phone number that would definitely be interested in cheap water. Hello. Mr. Yarif. It's me, Jiang Chen. Future Heavy Industries has some new gadgets now. No, I'm not referring to a new robot, it's water desalination equipment. Just as Jiang Chen got into the car, he took out his phone and called Yarif in the far Saudi Arabia. Water desalination equipment. We do have a plan to build a new seawater desalination plant at the coast of the Red Sea, but we contracted Matrix to design it for us. They are the experts in this field and an old partner of ours. Yarif heard Jiang Chen seemingly to be advertising desalination equipment to him, and his brows slightly furrowed. Although he had a great personal relationship with Jiang Chen, he would not give grounds because of personal relationships to a project related to the well-being of Saudi's people. Matrix promised them to build a 1,097,000 cubic meter mixed desalination plant powered by ultra-high concentration photovoltaic technology in the Mecca area off the Red Sea coast to replace high-energy and the inefficient petroleum energy desalination plant. Although in the oil-rich Saudi, electricity generation through combustion was cheap, from an environmental and sustainability perspective, the cons of oil exchange for water outweighed the pros. And with this mixed energy desalination plant, the cost per ton would be lowered to $1.5. This price was reasonable to Yarif. What is the water price for your company? Jiang Chen asked. Based on half-year stats, in the Mecca area, on average it is 7 rial per ton. Yarif said while giving it a thought. 7 rial was equivalent to $1.9. Jiang Chen estimated while a smile emerged on his face. Then, are you interested in $1 per ton of fresh water? Yarif was stunned when he heard Jiang Chen's offer to the point that he forgot to open his mouth when his beautiful Amira put a peeled grape near him. $1 per ton. Cost? The cost is going to be a bit lower. $1 is the price we give you, Jiang Chen said. Yarif was stunned. He immediately stood up, and walked to the window of the palace with his phone. My friend, you always amaze me. Ahem. Can I ask, what you have said is for real? Provide water to us at a price of $1. This is incredible, please excuse my emotional outbreak. Yarif couldn't even articulate properly. Saudi had been subsidizing their domestic gasoline, power, and hydro. Just take hydro for example, to allow the 4 million people in their capital Riyadh to drink clear and relatively cheap water, Saudi's royal family must subsidize a couple $100 million a year. While Saudi is indeed rich, who wouldn't want to save money? Jiang Chen's $1 price would not only alleviate the water shortage, it would also bring savings to them. Of course it is true, truer than gold. Jiang Chen's smile was pleasant. Compared to the water supplying contract signed with CWW, which was close to a benefit, the contract with the oil boss Saudi was the key. $1 price, even with 1 million tons of water supplies, it would be $15 million in profits per month. And the desalination technology he possessed could supply far more than 1 million ton per month. With the partnership with Saudi, they will inevitably increase the contract because of the cheap price. And other countries who experienced similar water shortage would seek partnership, seeing how Saudi enjoyed such cheap hydro. Jiang Chen could imagine the rich Arabians running at him while waving cash in their hands. Also, what is the quality of the desalinated water? We won't feed our citizens water mixed with sand, Yarif asked another one of his concerns. Long-term consumption of desalinated water was not beneficial to the health. If future groups' desalinated water did not pass the quality test, Saudi's royal family would not withstand this. However, his concern was extraneous, as the 22nd century pack had a far stricter demands on quality than any country in this timeline. Be assured, we'll finish the construction of the first desalination plant on Coral Island a month later. You can send a team to test our treated water. I can promise you one thing, our desalinated water is cleaner and healthier than any of the desalinated waters available. With how confident Jiang Chen was, Yarif was assured. He trusted Future Group's promise. I will send people for a tour. Yarif paused for a moment as he hesitated. Jiang Chen, we are friends, right? Of course. Jiang Chen didn't know why he suddenly asked this. Could you do me a favor? Yarif whispered. Of course. As long as I can help you, Jiang Chen said gladly. For you it is not hard, Yarif coughed and lowered his voice. I'll think of a way to stop the negotiation with Matrix and change it to an open bid. I hope you don't join our bid. Don't bid? Jiang Chen didn't understand why. Yes, Yarif nodded, I will invite you to bid. Jiang Chen then instantly understood what he meant. Yarif was the crown prince, but there was more than one prince in Saudi, and the old king loved to change the crown prince. Therefore, a lot of people have their eyes on his position. While he was responsible for the cooperation between Matrix, another prince named Rashid initiated the talk. While the old king didn't say anything, he seemed to be pleased with Prince Rashid's performance. It made Yarif feel unsettled. Not a problem, Mr. Yarif, don't underestimate our friendship. Jiang Chen laughed. Thank you. You're my great brother. Yarif said in joy, and even used his broken Mandarin to say the last sentence. While his grammar required fixing, Jiang Chen grinned and chatted with him some more. For Jiang Chen, it was a small favor. If Yarif would not ascend to the crown, Future Group had nothing to lose. But if he did become the king, he would not forget Future Group's favor. Jean provided a complete desalination design to Jiang Chen. Based on the actual conditions of Xian, Jiang Chen ultimately chose a mixed-energy source desalination design. He assigned the unsophisticated parts to be manufactured by the factories in New Malaysia Special District, the more advanced parts to be produced by the Technology Industrial Park located on Anj Island. While the name of the park is Technology Industrial Park, only Future Heavy Industries Factory is located there, the service robot assembling factory. A total of 400,000 Shaolin per month would step off the assembly line, be transported to port, and sold to the rest of the world. Currently, a new assembly line was added to the plant combined with the industrial 3D printer Jiang Chen brought back from the apocalypse to produce core desalination equipment parts. All the finished parts would be transported to the region east of Coral Island and assembled by the amphibious construction robots. Different from Penlai's construction project, the assembly was not disclosed to the public. Due to its small scale, it was not until the entire assembly was completed did the device float up and was hauled by a vessel to 100 meters away from Coral Island's coast for docking. Noon. A sunny and cloudless sky. The leaves of the coconut trees swayed and cast its shadow. Washington Post's journalist Jim Calvin was resting relaxingly on the beach at the east coast of Coral Island, enjoying his rare vacation. The island was always filled with countless amount of news, and the people of Washington surprisingly were intrigued by the small island. Any reports put on the front page of the newspaper about Penglai would garner edition sales. Or rather, people purchased newspaper for the sake of seeing if Future Group created something new. There was still 5 days left before he started in Washington again. He planned to use this time to relax and recharge. The tropical weather almost made people drowsy. Just as he was about to take nap in front of the steamy sea, shouting from the distance dispersed any of his weariness. "Jim, get up, there is something on the sea." Just then, his girlfriend in bikini came running, put the shaved ice she just bought on the table, and woke him up by shaking on his arms. "What is it?" "Wait, are you sure you didn't just see a mirage?" While he didn't sound pleased, he still got up, and allowed his excited girlfriend to drag him onto the sandy hill not far away. His reporter instinct told him that something incredible just happened on the sea. The truth soon proved his speculation. They only ran halfway before a pitch-black shadow surfaced on the sea. A metal floating island hauled by 4 vessels stopped at a distance not far away from the beach. Jim gradually slowed down. While still holding his girlfriend's hand, he stared at the sea blankly. Words of amazement of different languages flowed into his ears. "Dad, what is that? This is incredible. My phone, honey, where is my phone? I'm going to upload it on YouTube. Oh, sh*t, it is in my hand. I can bet you it must be Future Group again. No rush, dear, maybe we can purchase tickets and go sunbath up there. Remember to wear your new swimsuit." Suddenly, the shouts from the crowd woke the dumbfounded Jim and his girlfriend up. The surface of the metal island began to expand, the airbags in the middle began to inflate, and the tubes located in the water started to submerge. "Jim, what is that?" Jenny, holding onto her boyfriend's hand, asked in disbelief. Just then, her boyfriend, who always treated her nice, forced his hand out of hers. "Phone. Damn it. Phone and camera are all in the bag. Wait for me here, Jenny, I will be back." Looking at his girlfriend's shocked look, Jim shouted and dashed to the baggage storage. But Jim didn't end up filming the deployment of the giant. Under everyone's watch, the basketball court-sized island expanded into the size of a football field. The rectangular design looked like the offshore rig used for oil and gas, the only difference was the unscientific size and the hundreds of graphene pipelines on its surface. Surrounding the metal island was stacks of floating pipelines. The pipelines directly extended into the bottom of the ocean and acted as the seawater collection unit for the desalination unit. They would crudely filter the collected seawater and sent the product through the graphene pipeline to the distillation equipment in the middle. The treated water would then be fed out through the outlet at the bottom of the platform. The left connection could be connected to power units for electricity and the equipment would only be operational once powered. The modular design meant that whether fire power or solar power, they could all be used to power the unit. The most critical aspect was the desalination equipment can be moved. If the current position was non-ideal or there was a typhoon warning, as long as the graphene cables connected to the bottom of the ocean floor were retracted, the major modules were taken apart, equipment could be hauled elsewhere for redeployment. Once the pipeline from land connected with the equipment, the seawater desalination platform could continuously feed the residents on ground fresh water. The desalination platform naturally would not be deployed in the tourism area. The reason it was deployed here was for an advertisement of the new equipment. This is astonishing. On top of the future building, Yerif through binoculars gazed at the desalination platform and could not stop smiling. He originally planned to send his assistant, but because of the importance of this project, he personally made the trip to Coral Island. We'll see a lot of similar comments on newspapers tomorrow. Beside him, Jiang Chen smiled. So why don't we discuss something more interesting? How much do you plan to sell that platform for? Yerif's eyes were stuck in the binoculars as he said without turning his head. We don't plan to sell. Jiang Chen shook his head. Yerif finally moved his eyes off of the binoculars and looked at Jiang Chen, puzzled. Didn't we agree? Jiang Chen smiled. We'll provide you fresh water at a cost of $1 per ton. Compared with one-and-done type of deals, Jiang Chen liked long-term business more. If Future Group controlled Saudi's hydro, they would not only gain financial benefits. Everyone depended on fresh water, especially people in the deserts. Once Future Group used the cheaper water to bankrupt other desalination plants, Future Group, with control of desalination plants, would control the lifeline of water shortage countries. By then, all the countries in the Gulf and along the coast of the Red Sea would depend on Future Group's water. By that time, they would hail Future Group as their king. After an intense negotiation, Yerif finally reluctantly accepted Jiang Chen's proposal. The two went back into the building. Jiang Chen took him to his office. At the same time, Xia Xiyu placed the prepared agreement on Jiang Chen's table. No one was willing to have their drinking water be controlled by someone else, but they couldn't do anything about it since Future Group's price was too attractive. Saudi's currently desalinated water price was around $1.53 per ton, and it was because of being a major oil-producing country and hence a low fire power electricity price. Based on their agreement, Future Group would partner with Saudi royal family-controlled Beach Seawater Desalination Company. Future Heavy Industrial's desalination platform would dock near the Red Sea coast while Saudi would complete the underwater pipelines. Jiang Chen would be responsible for opening the tap while Yerif would drag the tube over to connect the water and pay Jiang Chen $1 per cubic meter of water. In theory, with additional water collection modules around the platform and water desalination modules on the platform, a single platform could treatment 4 million tons of water per day. But the high water output naturally meant high energy consumption. But it was okay since Saudi's port was right beside the platform and the cost of fuel was low. Yerif promised Jiang Chen to transport cheap natural gas and fuel to the platform. Based on the 2 million ton of hydro supply per day, the price of every ton of water could be compressed to $0.37. The price was similar to underground treatment cost. The price was beyond belief. By then, the platform would provide Future Group an income of $1.2 million per day, $400 million per year. Saudi's royal family would save at least $600 million in cost related to subsidizing water. The originally intended new energy desalination plant built off the coast of Red Sea was cancelled and resulted in a saving of construction investment of $1.5 billion. Yerif signed the contract in 3 days. With the contract, Yerif hopped on his plane in euphoria and eagerly returned to Saudi. He looked forward to his father's expression.
While his younger brother brought matrix and negotiated a $1.5 per cube of fresh water with a $1.5 billion construction fee, he silently brought back a contract of only $1. He knew how much emphasis his father placed on the desalination project. Rashid, my dear brother, just be your Arab prince. The position of king should be given to someone with ability. Regardless how ecstatic Yarif was on the plane, just as Jiang Chen stepped into the future building, the platform off of the east coast connected with CWW's pipeline and initiated its trial run. When the cheap water filled CWW's reservoir, CWW immediately executed XIN government's plan of reducing water prices. Based on the original price, XIN's water price would be slashed in half. The news was spread through TV stations, newspapers, and the internet to all of XIN. My God! Water prices have dropped. My family was considering buying some plastic barrels. With how high the price was, we were going to resort to purifying rainwater ourselves. Thank God, the price is finally going down. Did you see the platform? It said Future Heavy Industries. Praise Future Group, praise Jiang Chen. The entire country was in celebration for the reduction in hydro rate. Based on CWW's report, water consumption spiked by 35% on the day of and only returned to a reasonable level a week later. At the same time, Future Heavy Industries' desalination technology began to draw the attention of the world. It was not because of the cheap water or insane efficiency, but rather because of the futuristic deployment which left a deep impression on everyone. Someone captured the scene and uploaded it onto social media sites. On the first of uploading, the views broke the million mark. The netizens around the world was spamming in the comments, asking the person who uploaded the video which film it was from. Some of the netizens aware of the situation continuously clarified, this is not a sci-fi film. It says, Future Heavy Industrial on there. Do you not know? Call your Shaolin over. Washington Post first reported on the news, New York Times, Los Angeles Times subsequently all cited it. Renowned journalist Jim Calvin, who took part in a show with CBS, used an exaggerative tone to describe what happened. It was incredible. Have you seen Transformers? Of course, I'm not saying I saw Transformers, but the video that went viral. You absolutely could not imagine my expression then. After a few days of celebration, XIN returned to peace. There was already good news from Saudi. Saudi's king was extremely pleased with the contract Yarif and Future Group signed and stated their welcoming attitude to the high-tech corporation. Future Heavy Industrial started the production of the second desalination platform. The finished parts would be shipped to Saudi and stored at the port. All the parts were estimated to be completed by month-end. Future Group's construction boats will sail across the Gulf of Aden and enter the Red Sea region to complete the platform assembly. Compared with the one deployed off the east coast of Coral Island, the Saudi model had a higher production. To ensure production, Jiang Chen made a trip to the technology park on Ange Island to speak with Lin Jingyang, the one responsible for Future Heavy Industrial's production. This project is the marquee project for Future Heavy Industries in desalination. I need you to keep a close eye on the quality of every screw. Yes. Boss. Lin Jingyang responded in high spirit. Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder and signaled him to go back to his post. Just as he wanted to take a tour of the Shaolin production line, his phone began to ring. It was Xia Xiu. What's up? Jiang Chen picked up. What the F***CK? Blue Seagull International Ocean Protection Committee released a statement on their site stating that our ocean exploration activity in the Pacific heavily disrupted the local ecosystem and sent a lawyer's letter to our group. They hope we can stop destroying the ocean habitat. Jiang Chen was stunned. Destroying the ocean habitat? What the ***K? They're launching a class action suit against us in XIN? Jiang Chen thought he heard wrong, so he repeated the question again. If they were suing him in XIN,
he could think of 100 ways Blue Seagull International Marine Life Protection Agency could lose. Suing him on his territory was asking for trouble. They launched the class action suit on the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea. Of course, we can also refuse to respond, but this will impact our international reputation. They also wrote in their lawyer's letter that they reserve the right to organize protests. All in all, it's a headache to deal with this kind of non-profit organization. Xia Shiyu's voice sounded defeated. I'll head back right away. We'll talk soon. Jiang Chen hung up and headed out of the factory quickly. Unlike the International Court of Justice, not only can the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea accept cases between states, but it also accepts cases between states and political entities and even individuals. However, such borderless tribunals often lack binding power and are ignored by countries. Future Group had been brought to court by a lot of countries, but this was its first time in court with a non-profit organization. Jiang Chen visited the official site of the International Marine Life Protection Agency on his phone. He first saw a giant poster at the top of the site. Underneath an image of the sea was a rotor of blades and a bloody dolphin along with a slogan on the bottom, "Please stop hurting our friends." What made Jiang Chen exasperated was that all projects from the deployment of mining units to the construction of Penglai were equipped with sonar to remove any marine life. Their criticisms that lacked any factual basis were complete slander. When Jiang Chen returned to the company, he immediately gunned for Xia Shiyu's office. Actively respond to the lawsuit. Also, send our lawyers to sue them for slander in UA and demand compensation for economic damages. And investigate who's behind the slander. I want to see who's giving them directions. Jiang Chen didn't believe the slander was instigated by Blue Seagull just for the sake of environmental protection. Future Technology's subsidiary was located in Los Santos with a fairly friendly relationship with the state justice system. As long as they managed their relations, it wouldn't be hard to win in court. He handed over the investigation to the ghost agents overseas. Surprisingly, before he sent anyone off on the mission, the people behind the scenes revealed themselves. A phone call came from B City, UA. This is just a warning. Withdraw from the Saudi project. A male voice came from the other side. A warning. Jiang Chen laughed, but his tone turned colder and he asked, "Are you from Matrix?" The man didn't deny nor agree. He just said, with a collected voice, "If it was any other business, you could use business strategies to win the project from us and we wouldn't say anything. But this project was conducted under directions from the capital, so we won't just stop here." From his tone and choice of words, Jiang Chen detected arrogance and a curvature appeared on his mouth. "You expect Future Group to fold? In your dreams. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to your next move." Without feeling deterred, Jiang Chen didn't back down. Arrogant. With just one word, the person on the other side hung up. The two sides were at an impasse, there was no need to negotiate further. Jiang Chen immediately ordered the ghost agents within UA's border to trace the phone call, and it was determined to be from a public phone booth in B City. When he obtained that information, he had to look through Matrix to determine the shareholders of the company. But since Matrix was a private company, it took some effort to acquire the information. It was CLA who hacked Matrix's servers and obtained the information from an equity change agreement. All the evidence led to one name. The fifth largest consortium in UA, B City Consortium. Speaking of B City Consortium, it has a rich history. As one of the top 10 consortia in UA, although it is less powerful than Morgan and Rockefeller, it is certainly the oldest one. It dates back to the 19th century when the Lovell, Lawrence, Adams, and Lodge families in the Boston area formed the B City Consortium with the emerging Kennedy family, possessing almost complete control of the entire North American textile industry. Their presence could be traced to the Civil War. Although their current influence has faded compared to before, its influence in UA can't be underestimated. The world-famous Raytheon is one of its holdings. These large consorts that controlled UA are more or less inextricably linked to the interests of the Ministry of Defense. Since it is the B-City Consortium that controlled Matrix, everything made sense. The capital wanted to use the freshwater supply project to increase their control over Saudi. Since the dollar was tied to oil, the capital still prioritized expanding their influence in the Middle East even when oil prices were so sluggish at the moment. And because of Future Group's intervention in the freshwater project, B-City Consortium obviously wouldn't sit around with their business ruined. Just like they said, the class action suit from Blue Seagull was just a warning. B-City Consortium would attack Future Group from multiple fields until Future Group could no longer withstand the losses and compromise on the not-so-profitable freshwater project. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow their desires to come true. Future Group would eventually be in a conflict of interest with the ancient consortia. If he folded whenever there was a conflict, how could he do business in the future? Jiang Chen would not compromise, so he responded to B-City Consortium's aggression with a firm stance. Fortunately, Future Group had no subsidiary that was public, so B-City Consortium's traditional financial attacks were futile against Future Group. However, they still managed to determine two attacking points: one was Future Group's most profitable tech business, and the other was marine life protection. On October 11, the UA Department of Justice launched an antitrust investigation against Future Group's subsidiary. At the same time, two environmental advocates forcefully boarded Future Mining's Pacific platform by boat, but they were quickly detained by Celestial Trade Security. UA's embassy in Xi'an immediately responded and demanded their release. B-City Consortium started the fight with a hook and a straight punch to gain an advantage in the showdown, targeting Future Group's weaknesses. If UA's Department of Justice ultimately determined Future Technology was guilty in the antitrust investigation, it would be a detrimental blow to the development of Future Technology's virtual reality market. It would set a precedent for other countries. Would Jiang Chen allow them to succeed? The answer was an obvious no. Because of the importance of the class action suit, Jiang Chen gathered Future Technology's North American CEO and a lawyer from the legal team to conduct a virtual conference. At the very beginning, Jiang Chen asked, "What's the probability of winning?" 70%. The UA's Justice Department lacks a factual claim. The precise definition of phantom is high-end VR equipment. Although it accounts for a large share of the UA market, it's far from enough to achieve a monopoly. Microsoft's HoloLens, Google Cardboard and other devices in the low-end market still occupy a significant market share. The key is that we don't use our advantages in the market to prevent other companies from entering the market, the lawyer replied with certainty. The law prohibited monopolies, meaning deliberately creating industry barriers to entry, monopolizing key resources, and eliminating competition. It was a procedural determination. The monopoly could result in market leadership, but market leadership didn't necessarily mean a monopoly. It was only a technological gap that prevented other firms from entering the market. Future Group hadn't used their strengths to thwart completion. Therefore, the UA Department of Justice's claim was far-fetched. Future Group's possibility of winning was high. The lawyer nodded and Jiang Chen then looked at Hermit. "Hermit, you're the CEO of the North American division. I have only one thing to tell you: prepare to cause a controversy. 70% of UA's citizens' smartphones have Future 1.0 installed. It's not only a gold mine but also our weapon. I need you to create an atmosphere where the UA Department of Justice prevents technological innovation out of protectionism and potentially accepts a bribe to launch an antitrust investigation against Future Group. While pressure from public opinion wouldn't be enough to force its hand, it would be enough to make them pay a heavy price. The Department of Justice existed to serve the capital. If Ms. Hill wanted to continue running the office, she had to remain cautious about this matter. It's okay without evidence. We can use the army of the internet and a conspiracy theory." Jiang Chen added. "I understand." Hermit nodded. After he finished up, Jiang Chen rushed to New Moon Island. On the island, He met with the two people detained for trespassing on the mining platform. Because of pressure from the UA embassy, Celestial Trade didn't send the two of them to prison and instead brought them to the military base. They were a male and a female. The female looked young, like a university student. The male was older, around 30 years in age. His defined face was paired with glasses and a beard. Inside a dark room, they were looking at the soldiers with rifles outside. The male looked calm and seemed to be experienced with detainment, but the female looked inexperienced as she was shivering in a corner. "Katie, stay calm. They can't do anything to us. We're UA citizens. Just for the sake of saving her own face, Hill will get us out." Barney comforted his companion. "But they have guns," Katie said, frightened. "Don't worry, Miss Katie, we're not New Guinean cannibals. Just as the gentleman said, we won't do anything to you." A voice suddenly came from the door. The two people inside the dark room immediately looked in that direction. The soldier in the hallway saluted and stepped aside. Barney recognized the person and immediately narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chen. He came here personally. "We're the advocates of Blue Seagull. You heartless businessmen, you don't have the right to interfere with our just cause. I demand you let us go, or else. Or else our treatment of you will be made into a documentary and released on YouTube to tarnish our name." Jiang Chen grinned. "Or else you plan to launch a massive protest and sue us for the falsified crime we didn't commit. They aren't falsified crimes. Your actions forced poor dolphins to leave their homes. It was all because of your irresponsible actions. Do you know what your actions will do to the ecosystem?" Katie worked up her courage and berated Jiang Chen while staring him down. "Is that so? Regardless if we committed a crime or not, you're not the police. And just 7 hours ago, you trespassed on Future Mining's mining platform and disrupted our production. We're currently considering suing you for the crime of piracy. If the prosecution stands, you'll be facing a prison term between 10 to 15 years. I'm really curious, when you left the airport, didn't they remind you to follow the laws of the local government?" Jiang Chen said with a smile. You can't do that." A hint of fear surfaced on Barney's face. Jiang Chen didn't look like he was willing to compromise with the embassy. This wasn't what Barney expected. And his companion, Miss Katie, was completely shocked. While she was a self-proclaimed activist, she never imagined sacrificing herself for the cause. When she heard she was facing 10 years of prison time, tears burst out. "Of course we can do that," Jiang Chen said, emotionless. "You have the right to hire a lawyer to defend yourselves, but I guarantee you'll lose. Please don't do this. I'm still in college. I'll be expelled." Katie grasped the bars at the window while crying in desperation. Jiang Chen didn't look at her but focused instead on Barney, who had a pale face. "But this doesn't have to be the way it ends. What do you want me to do?" Barney glanced at Katie sobbing and spoke with difficulty. "Cooperate with us and restore our reputational damage," Jiang Chen snapped before two contracts appeared. Looking at the contracts on the table, Barney gulped and picked up one of the copies. "That's impossible." Barney cried out emotionally. Jiang Chen looked at him without emotion and said with an unnegotiable tone, "You only have two choices in front of you. Rot in prison or sign this document." Barney's face had no sign of life. "Barney, I beg you." The pleading of his friend rang in his ears. "I just want to prove my innocence." Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. After a long silence, Barney finally couldn't withstand the pressure and picked up the pen with shaking hands. When he signed his name, he collapsed onto the chair as if all his energy was drained away. As an executive in Blue Seagull, he was aware of the reason behind this defamatory campaign against Future Group. Although he didn't know who was behind it, he knew the individual behind it wasn't simple based on the unbelievable amount they were paid. That was why he was unwilling to sign. Doing all this for Mother Earth? Don't kid yourself. He knew better than anyone. From the beginning of the Penglai project, he closely monitored its impact on marine life. Just as Jiang Chen said, Future Group sonar already removed the marine life outside of the construction radius. He even argued with the head of the organization over this. Just as Jiang Chen said, he didn't have much choice. If I sign, will you ensure my safety? Of course, but you probably won't be able to return to UA in the immediate future. Trust me, this is for your benefit. Jiang Chen collected the contracts, signaled the soldier to unlock the door, and smiled at him. Our people will take you to a 5-star hotel. Don't worry about the cost, I'll foot the bill. Remember, you were never detained, not even for a minute. Just as the UA Department of Justice officially launched a court case against the state court and sued Future Technologies UA subsidiary, Future Group sent a team of lawyers to the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea to actively respond to Blue Seagull's lawsuit. At the same time, Future Group hired a legal team to officially sue Blue Seagull's headquarters for slander because of the information published on its official site. It caused detrimental damage to Future Group's international reputation, and Future Group demanded reparations of $1.7 million as well as immediately deleting the defamatory comments against Future Group. With the support of the B-City Consortium, Blue Seagull definitely wouldn't stop and expressed that it was bizarre for Future Group to sue a non-profit organization. They also emphasized their stance on their official site on remaining firm against the capitalists. They also stated that Future Group had detained peacefully protesting members and demanded their immediate release. The UA embassy also contacted Celestial Trade, but events took a different turn. When the UA ambassador to XIN, Marchi Bocas, came to see Celestial Trade CEO, Ivan, he was surprised to discover that the Blue Seagull's members hadn't received unjust treatment from Future Group but instead, had been welcomed by Jiang Chen. They appeared in front of the media and Barney accepted an interview from a reporter. The rumors of being treated unfairly by Future Group were untrue. When Jiang Chen learned of Katie and my intentions, he personally met us and highly praised our efforts in protecting marine life. Barney's mouth twitched and he hesitated. But since he was already standing on the opposing side of the B-City Consortium and as he realized he couldn't afford to breach the contract signed with Jiang Chen, he took a breath and spoke into the mic in front of him. With his assistance, I completed filming for our documentary. And the name of the documentary is called A Lie. The crowd began to cause a commotion and the reporters, sensing major news, all bombarded Barney with a load of questions. Barney didn't respond to any questions. As per the agreement with Jiang Chen, he maintained an expression that showed he was lied to, and he criticized Blue Seagull for accepting bribes and slandering Future Group under Matrix's directions without any evidence. He claimed he was dragged into this disgusting business without being aware. The crowd became rattled. Mr. Barney, is what you're saying true? Do you have evidence supporting your claim? What are the exact details? Please tell us. All the environmental advocates around the world will stand by your side. Mr. Barney, I want to ask if you've been threatened to say what you just said. Barney raised his hand and held out 3 fingers in the face of the flood of questions from the media. I can swear on my dignity that what I said is 100% true. No one threatened me. As you see, I'm safe. As for the evidence, it's all in the documentary and uploaded onto YouTube. In the documentary named A Lie, the first 30 minutes documented the state of the ecosystem under Future Group's Penglai mining platform, desalination platform, and the second half revealed the bribes between the Blue Seagull organization and Matrix, aiming directly at the Saudi freshwater project. The documentary led viewers from suspense to reflection to revealing the truth in front of the public. With promotion from Future Group, Barney's documentary caused a mass commotion on the web. Blue Seagull's president, Brent Lancey, had accepted a bribe of $2 million. Since he couldn't stand the pressure of public opinion, he was forced to resign. Matrix immediately came out with a press release. However, In the face of public opinion that already formed a perfect storm, their so-called clarification was insignificant. It could be foreseen that negative public opinion would cause a critical blow to Blue Seagull's reputation. Once a non-profit organization lost its credibility, it would completely lose its lifeline. Blue Seagull and Matrix were all just pawns. Jiang Chen knew the real opponent of Future Group was B-City Consortium. After taking care of the two pawns, it was time for the real fight. While the media was criticizing Matrix, CLA, in Europe, used the quantum computer on Coral Island to successfully hack onto the server of First B-City Bank. Their information security measures were praiseworthy, but with the deadly combination of a hacker and the quantum computer, there were no secrets in the digitalized era. Hundreds of thousands of client information were copied. Under Jiang Chen's directions, CLA anonymously posted the information on social media sites in Iceland. This move caused an earthquake in the financial sector. First B-City Bank's market cap took a dive by 8% that day and barely managed to stop the freefall with the efforts of B-City Consortium. The release of client information was a massive scandal for any bank. Clients who had their privacy violated immediately jumped to action. Clients swarmed to the ATMs and desperately tried to cash out. Once a bank run started, even the most powerful banks couldn't stop the storm. Jiang Chen wanted something more. He wanted to reduce all the saving accounts to a balance of zero. But unfortunately, CLA helplessly told him that it wasn't within a hacker's capabilities. Only God had the power to do that. The hack was a direct blow to B-City Consortium. Even as the consortium with the longest history, a direct hit to their core assets would hurt. After the event, analysts estimated that the information leak caused a direct loss of $3.7 billion to the B-City Consortium with an indirect loss totaling $11.7 billion. A good brand would need 100 years to develop, but it would only take a few days to completely ruin a brand. The leak even alerted the FBA. When they traced the attack to a foreign source, CIB entered the investigation as well. It scared CLA to death. Although he received a few months of military training, he would definitely lose to professional agents. But he wasn't too afraid that CIB would be able to track him down. With assistance from the quantum computer, he wiped his tracks. All IPs led to an internet cafe in Morocco at the edge of the Sahara Desert. He didn't need to worry about being in the far BR. While B-City Consortium suspected the leak had something to do with Jiang Chen since he was in the tech business, they couldn't do anything about it without evidence. Just as B-City Consortium was busy trying to put out the fire, Future Technology released an announcement. To better assist the Department of Justice's collection of evidence for its antitrust investigation, Future Technology would temporarily suspend its service coverage to the 110 million users in UA. Future Technology continued to reiterate that they would actively cooperate with the Department of Justice's investigation and looked forward to the completion of the investigation so the subsidiary could return to normal service. WTF. On the day of the announcement, the North American subsidiary CEO, Hermit, gave all employees a paid vacation and even took the executives on a paid vacation to Hawaii. But the UA netizens who saw the notice were completely shocked. Antitrust investigation? Suspending service? WTF. Chapter 669 Suspending Service. Under the user agreement, the Phantom helmet sold by Future Technology and the associated services such as Godly Land and Virtual Reality Community were all online content provided by quantum computer servers. If Future Technology stopped providing virtual reality service, then the entire virtual reality network would be halted. Everyone who logged on to the Phantom would be staring at a white cube while faced with unusable applications. They couldn't even surf the web. If somebody wanted to restore the virtual reality network, they would have to get a quantum computer first. With a company like Future Technology that produced both the hardware and content, it was scary when the company decided to act ruthlessly. You're researching my equipment? Then I'll stop providing the content as well. It'll be available as soon as you're done the investigation. If Phantom could only be used to play games, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to pull the plug. If it was just a console, it wouldn't be a big deal to live without it and wouldn't influence the country at all, but after a year of development, Phantom's functionality was no longer just a console. Perhaps 1 year ago it was, but it definitely wasn't now. When the virtual community functionality was introduced half a year ago, the immersive virtual reality technology began to expand into people's social networks, personal lives, and even work. A lot of private enterprises used the chat room function as a tool for remote conferences. A lot of educational institutions even used the virtual community as a tool for remote education. Just in a year, people were already accustomed to living with virtual life. People reserved their waking hours for their family and real-life friends and shifted their internet surfing time to after they slept to connect their dreams with the virtual world. Once they woke up from their REM sleep the next morning, they would be ready to tackle the day again. Now that future technology announced the temporary suspension of the virtual reality service, it meant all people's previously established habits would be broken. With the release of the news, UA netizens immediately became rattled. Without virtual reality, some people even developed amnesia. They felt something was missing during their sleep. Before, they could sleep with the press of a button. Now, they had to resort to old-fashioned methods of manually falling asleep on their beds. Some people who really couldn't sleep had to put on the helmet, press the button, and stare blankly at the white cube out of desperation. Life without virtual reality was torture. And the Department of Justice who launched the antitrust investigation immediately became the public's target. Fu*K the politics behind this. Get rid of protectionism, screw the capitalists. Give us virtual reality back. There's definitely some shady businesses behind this. Let me guess how much was paid to the capital. The capital desperately tried to explain to the public that the antitrust investigation against Future Technology was within reason. However, Future Group's lawyer stated that an antitrust investigation against a company formed less than 2 years ago with a product less than a year old was unprecedented. The legal representative Brown Kerning, responsible for the defense against the Department of Justice, sent out a tweet and mocked his opponent. This is probably the most interesting case I've worked on in over 10 years of working. My defendant didn't even manage to digest the market share, yet they're suspected of preventing other companies from entering the market. The tweet led to tens of thousands of retweets and even led to heated debates on talk shows. Obviously, the UA public wasn't buying the antitrust investigation. Therefore, the Department of Justice was withstanding a great amount of pressure to collect evidence and prepare for the prosecution. But before events developed further, with intentional guidance from Future Technology, disability organizations, black rights activists, obesity patients, and all kinds of people went on a massive protest. Using Phantom, it was the first time I saw color in this world. Although I know it was fake, it couldn't feel more real to me. It was the first time I saw my wife. Although she wasn't as beautiful as I imagined, I still love her. Now with Phantom, I can only stare at a blank wall. Future Technology opened the window and also closed the window for their interests. A blind individual protested in front of the camera. There's no racism in the virtual world. I can change myself at my own whim, but you took away my ability to do that, so I'm here protesting against you, an equality rights activist said. Give virtual reality back to us. At least in the virtual world, no one cares about my weight nor does anyone call me fat behind my back. No one mocks me and says, "Hey, Cook, have you been on a plane before? How many tickets did you need to buy?" This isn't funny. A 400-pound, obese individual yelled in front of the Capitol. In a country where political correctness was above all else, if a disabled person criticized the president not only had to apologize, but even the media would continue the criticism. Some people even jokingly said that a lesbian, colored person had a higher chance of being hired because once rejected, the company would be suspected of discrimination. But needless to say, most people bought into it. Although it was far-fetched to unite virtual reality and discrimination, Future Group did an excellent job of driving public opinion. Political correctness took politics as hostage. With the one-sided public opinion, the Department of Justice had to withstand pressure from the Capitol. Therefore, the minister at the Department of Justice, Lincoln, had to put his differences aside and spoke with Jiang Chen. The investigation is a separate thing. Can you resume service? Jiang Chen said with a serious face, no. We're actively cooperating with your country's political system. Before the antitrust issue is cleared from our name, we won't do anything that could tamper with the law. The poor minister was about to cry as he explained, the antitrust investigation doesn't mean you can't operate, you just need to temporarily suspend the sales of Phantom in UA. No. Our virtual reality network is part of the technological services provided by Future Technology. To avoid interfering with the evidence-gathering process, we're willing to suspend our service to abide by the rules of the law. Lincoln said with irritation, what kind of logic is this? Who demanded you to do this? Jiang Chen said with a stern voice, don't be like this, Mr. Minster. We are a company and suspending service means we're losing profits. We feel more urgency than you for this incident to be resolved. We'll wait for the decision and I hope you can patiently wait for us to resume our service. Lincoln was dumbfounded. It was like the sun had risen in the west. Since when did corporations ask government agencies to wait patiently? Weren't they supposed to be the ones who said that? As soon as Jiang Chen hung up, he couldn't hold his laughter in and burst out laughing. You're laughing? Now that Phantom sales have completely halted in UA, what are you going to do? Xia Xiyu rolled her eyes at the hysterical Jiang Chen. Don't worry. It won't be long before sales explode. Jiang Chen made an explosion gesture and smiled at her. The suspension of virtual reality service doesn't only put pressure on the capital, it also serves as an for our product. The cost is quite high. What can you do? Sucks for us to fight B-City Consortium. I'm worried that if the capital can withstand the pressure of the controversy and continue the antitrust investigation to the end, we'll be the ones losing since they're a government agency and we're a for-profit company, Xia Xiyu hesitantly said. That's impossible because B-City Consortium can't withstand this anymore. They're the root of the antitrust investigation. As long as they accept defeat, the Department of Justice won't persist, Jiang Chen said without hesitation. He smiled and continued. And the most critical thing is that our product is irreplaceable. Even if they temporarily lost some revenue, no one would be able to replace Future Technology. That was the trump card Jiang Chen was depending on. B-City Consortium couldn't last much longer. It wasn't because they had no money. On the contrary, they were very rich and possessed wealth unimaginable by most people. Since the 1950s, they used scientific research from MIT to develop technology in emerging industries and transitioned from the textile industry to the fields of electronics, optics, radars, missiles and even aerospace. If their actual wealth was calculated, even Bill Gates' wealth tenfold would be no match. After all, Bill Gates was only one person and these consortia were controlled by more than one family. For this monstrous economic giant, the banking system wasn't their source of hematopoietic stem cells so to speak, but rather, it was their more important heart. If there were any problems with the heart, the massive financial and industrial system would face a risk to cash flow. When signs of a bank run appeared, the attack from B-City Consortium immediately halted without any further moves. The antitrust investigation had hurt Future Group indeed, but it didn't hurt as much as the hit to First B-City Bank. The two opposing sides were like boxers in a ring. They knew they couldn't knock out their opponent with just one strike, so they had to balance the pros and cons for deciding if they should take the next swing. In a manner in the B-City's rural area. The people inside the house controlled 1/10 of UA's power. The Lowell, Lawrence, Adams, Kennedy, and Lodge families were all gathered there. Among them were big capitalists, Federal Reserve shareholders, Democrat senators. They had gathered together to protect their common interests. This is infuriating. I can bet that the leak is their work. John Lowell smashed his fist on the table while gritting his teeth. I think so too, but we don't have any evidence. FBA has no leads either, Robert Adams said. How did they do it? The information security system for First B City Bank was the work of WebSense. If their hackers could infiltrate our system, then there's no reason they can't hack into the Capitol. Mr. Lowell furrowed his brows. Since Raytheon invested $1.9 billion into WebSense, B-City Consortium subsidiaries had been protected by this cybersecurity company. Since the business involved the military industry, consortia servers suffered a lot of attacks every year, but no attack had ever been successful. I'll notify the Capitol, Adams said. That's enough, my friends. We shouldn't be worried about the Capitol right now. We should be worried about Future Group. Lowell said with a headache. We can't compromise on the Saudi freshwater project, Joseph Kennedy stated. But our textile plant in Lone Star State requires cash. Raytheon's radar project in the Pacific and the helicopter deal with the Capitol also needs funding. Lowell glanced at Joseph. Although I know the water project is important to you, by the looks of it now. If we continue to wage a war against Future Group, the losses we'll suffer will be insufferable even if ultimately win. I agree with Mr. Lowell's perspective. Robert Adams nodded. I can't accept this. John Lawrence shook his head. If we compromise, where's our dignity? That's enough, Mr. Lawrence. We are businessmen and it's just profits and losses after all. If you really can't accept this defeat, we can take care of them later. But right now, we should take it easy. At least in terms of information security, we must enhance our security. Loki, who hadn't spoken this whole time, finally spoke up. Let's follow tradition and decide by vote. To protect our eternal alliance, regardless of the choice we make, I'll contribute my efforts to the alliance even if it's a choice I'm unwilling to accept. Now, for those of you who agree to settle, please raise your hand. Lawrence looked at the 4 people around the table and raised his hand. The vote was 3-2. Settlement accepted. Who will contact them? Although the decision of the consortium didn't fit with the interests of his family, John Kennedy didn't look too displeased. I'll go. Loki looked around the table and said, I'm the majority shareholder of First B City Bank, so it's best for me to go. While the consortia that controlled the vein of UA's economy had a fairly friendly relationship with each other, friendship didn't seem to apply in the business field. It was common for one's tragedy to turn into capitalization by others. When B City Bank was in the middle of their scandal, all major banks announced an upgrade in their security systems to ensure the privacy of each client. While their actions didn't look too great, the consortia couldn't do much more. Therefore, on the 3rd day after cybersecurity became the focus of discussion, the Federal Reserve stepped in. Based on the latest information from the Wall Street Journal, the Federal Reserve injected $100 billion into First B City Bank to increase client confidence. At the same time, First B City Bank announced an upgrade to its security system and promised that a leak would never occur to recover some of their losses. Just as the Wall Street investors had trouble digesting the 2 major headlines, First B City Bank client information leak and Future Technologies potential exit from UA, Jiang Chen, in the far West Pacific, seemed calm. Standing next to the launch site, Jiang Chen looked at the rocket launch taking off. As he watched the trail of smoke dissipating, a smile emerged on his face. Now the total number of quantum communication satellites was 12. You still have time to enjoy the fireworks. Natasha mocked him. Oh. Looks like even Russia knows about our small conflict with B City Consortium. Jiang Chen laughed. Of course. You made the short list of top suspects for the CIB. They think it's you who hacked into First B City Bank and that your real identity should be an IT engineer who mastered information security. That's a fascinating hypothesis, but unfortunately, I only barely passed the computer competency test. Jiang Chen laughed and dodged Natasha's question. Let's not talk about this. What you think about our rocket launching technology? Natasha's appearance at Celestial Trade's launch site wasn't out of personal reasons. Celestial Trade's rocket launch technology was already mature. To utilize its excessive launch capacity, Jiang Chen set his sights on Russia. Because of the reduced total budget and fluctuations in exchange rates, Russia was forced to reduce the International Space Station's maintenance costs by 30 billion rupees. Since Russia was concerned with the high maintenance costs, Celestial Trade happened to have a solution. Not only could they make some changes to turn Celestial Trade's red bottom line around, but this could also be an opportunity to gain experience in supply transport to space stations. Why not? But Natasha's response surprised Jiang Chen. If you're willing to sell the rocket engines, we can discuss. If you want to talk about contracting, my response might disappoint you. Natasha sighed and spread open her hands. We won't contract this project out to foreign companies. There's no room for negotiation. The supplying mission to the International Space Station was both the international duty of the major aerospace powers and the perfect opportunity to develop the aerospace industry. Domestic aerospace companies could only develop new engines if they gained profit from the billion-rupee project. Contracting to Celestial Trade indeed could decrease the budget in this area, but it would be bad news for domestic aerospace companies. Since there were only so many launch planned for each year, other than SpaceX being able to profit from commercial launches, most aerospace depended on the national projects to survive. What Natasha said was also the message from Russia's leader. If Celestial Trade was willing to sell the rocket, Russia would be happy to purchase. But if Celestial Trade was only planning to take the contract, there was no point to discuss it further. Are you not going to hear my bid? Jiang Chen said helplessly. Natasha shook her head. Kremlin won't give it the okay, even if your price is tempting. It was hard. But Natasha's words were certainly not without reason. From a pure cost-saving perspective, why wouldn't Russia just contract the project out to SpaceX? Falcon with the capability to reuse the first stage rocket could reduce the cost of missions to a terrifyingly small number. Even if this seemed to be without possibility, Jiang Chen was not the type to give up easily. After deliberating for a moment, he said. Do you really not want to discuss the price? I'm referring to the RM-320 rocket engine. I said this. Wait, what did you say? Natasha suddenly froze. She stared at him in shock. Natasha soon hid away the shock on her face and looked him calmly and quickly articulated. What do you want? Based on the paper provided by Celestial Trade and the observation by Russia experts, RM-320 rocket engine's capability far exceeded Russia's most proud RD-180, even SpaceX's Merlin 1D engine could not fare against it. Combustion chamber that can withstand 500 atmospheres of pressure, a 1:300 thrust-to-push ratio, and the cost of production only one-half of the Russian RD-180. Natasha didn't think Jiang Chen would agree to sell the engine, so she didn't even bother mentioning it. Joy came so unexpectedly. Jiang Chen's eyes scanned across Natasha's face as he used a playful tone, take a guess. Looking at the undisguised sight, Natasha turned, blushing. However, she quickly noticed the mockery inside his eyes and she responded by giving him a hard stare. I don't know. Jiang Chen put up 5 fingers. 5 years of time. Over the 5 years, Russia's International Space Station supplying project will be contracted to Celestial Trade. 5 years later, we'll sell RM-320 rocket engines prototype and blueprints at market price to Russia. 5 years of contract work in exchange for an outdated technology was too great of a value. As to why it is outdated? Because once space elevators are created, any rocket launching technology would become obsolete. Because of the existence of space elevator, the launch cost in the millions would be squeezed to a few hundred. This was the reason why launch vehicle technology was completely halted by the end of the 21st century. I can't give you a reply, I have to speak with my superior, Natasha said with difficulty. Jiang Chen signaled her to go ahead. Natasha nodded, walked to the side, and called the KGB headquarters in the faraway Moscow. The phone call lasted for a long time. Then her expression took a sudden turn as she walked beside Jiang Chen. Our superior hopes to speak with you. She passed the phone over and took 2 steps back. With the phone by his ear, before Jiang Chen spoke, he heard someone speak English with a heavy Russian accent. At most 3 years. The voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't recall it. 3 years is too short. We have to consider the evolution of technology. You don't have to worry about that. Even if it is after 8 years, RM-320 engine will remain the leader in the market, Jiang Chen said with certainty. The phone was silent for 2 seconds. 3 years. 3 years you'll sell RM-320 rocket engines technology to us. We'll contract you the supply mission at 40 billion rupees for 8 years. Deal. Jiang Chen agreed without any hesitation. Although his expression didn't change at all, he was laughing hard in his mind. It equated to a contract of $600 million a year. At most it will take him 2 years to create the space elevator. By then, the cost for a supply mission will be less than $1 million. It would be rupee, not dollar. Looks like we are in agreement. The voice on the other side seemed more relaxed when he heard Jiang Chen's confirmation without realizing he just got scammed. I feel your voice is familiar. Before you hang up, could I ask who you are? Jiang Chen asked joyously. Our Miss Agent didn't tell you. She just said you were her superior. Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. Wait, Natasha used we and not my. There was a short silence before a light-hearted response came from the other side. You can call me Putin. If there is an opportunity, I welcome you to Moscow. Jiang Chen blanked out while still holding the phone. Wait, I was doing business with Russia's president. And I just scammed him. With the successful launch of the 12th quantum satellite, Celestial Trade announced paid Wi-Fi coverage to Australia, New Zealand, New Guinea, Malaysia, and Moro. Based on the cooperation with the local telecommunication providers, any of the users who paid for the service could receive 12 hours of Wi-Fi trial time. After the expiry of the trial time, user could select different speed plans based on their geography. Celestial Trade was currently engaged in discussion with UAE, Canada, and France providers regarding a potential partnership with the plan to push Wi-Fi coverage globally. On the other hand, the fight between Future Group and B-City Consortium still persisted. But neither parties made a new move and they remained in a stalemate. The Department of Justice was still gathering evidence in antitrust investigation while B-City Consortium was busy putting out the fire at the bank. Problematically, WebSense response for the cybersecurity breach of First B-City Bank was fully upgrading its firewall and specifically focusing on defense against hacker infiltration. Based on what CLA said, the upgraded system was like an impenetrable barrel with all the previous holes filled in. Unless they could use an internal computer as a backdoor, even with the quantum computer's attack power, it would be nearly impossible to infiltrate remotely. The programmers they hired were not there to sit around. On the other hand, Gene collected news regarding both companies and presented them to Jiang Chen. The Federal Reserve injected $100 billion to First B-City Bank. The capital hosted a cybersecurity summit with top tech security firms. The area of financial security was the focus of the summit. The Federal Reserve made a move. It looks like First B-City Bank is now stabilized. Jiang Chen furrowed his eyebrows. Just as he was thinking about the next step, Xia Shiyuz called him. Hello. Someone wants to see you in person. Who is it? Carson Loki, the majority shareholder of First B-City Bank. Jiang Chen didn't give Natasha a clear response in regards to the Russian president's invitation, he only stated that when the time was right, he would make a trip to Moscow. Restricted by Russia's economic situation, Future Group's development in Russia was limited. The sales of Phantom were incomparable to the popularity in Asia and North America. When Jiang Chen received a call from Xia Xiu, he headed to the company. It was a representative from the City Consortium that has asked for a meeting, and his identity was not be underestimated. The two determined from their discussion that there was a high chance that the intention of the trip was to settle the feud. In the battle against Future Group, they were no longer willing to remain in a stalemate. They lost over 10 billion over a $1.5 billion project. Of course, Jiang Chen's side also suffered heavy losses. The most profitable future technology showing red on the bottom line was already a worrisome sign. But if this war persisted, the City Consortium would be the eventual loser. Even if the Federal Reserve assisted them, even if they upgraded their cybersecurity, Jiang Chen with the backup of the quantum computer would penetrate the wall eventually. The next morning, beside a Gulfstream G650 landed in Coral Island Airport and Jiang Chen met with Carson Loki, the majority shareholder of Frist B City Bank. Different from the other renowned financial tycoons, Jiang Chen never heard of his name before nor did he know anything about the Loki family. While they are one of the members that controlled the B City Consortium, their recognition was far less than the cursed Kennedy family or the Adams family that participated in the Declaration of Independence, but the mysterious Loki family still possessed a tremendous amount of power. He was not only the majority shareholder of the bank, but he was also one of the secret shareholders of the Federal Reserve. The ghost agent in UA had to do some work in order to gather this information. The kind-looking elder in a blue suit was far more powerful than he appeared. It's nice to finally meet you in person. Mr. Jiang Chen looks much younger in person. Carson Loki walked forward and shook Jiang Chen's hand. Just from the smile on his face, it was impossible to imagine they were in amidst a bloody financial war. Mr. Loki is flattering me. Jiang Chen was fathoming the purpose behind his personal visit while chatting with him in a light-hearted mood. Because Carson Loki was staying in the presidential suite in Sheraton inside the heart of the sea, Sheraton's limousine already arrived at the airport. When Mr. Loki arrived at the hotel, Jiang Chen asked Future Tourism CEO Wei Yun to prepare a conference room. After half an hour, the two met inside the conference room. In some areas, there might be some misunderstandings. And the purpose of my trip is to clarify our misunderstandings. Carson was straightforward. For example. Jiang Chen smiled. For example, the freshwater project in Saudi caused us to have some differences, and the differences resulted in frictions in our other businesses. Carson paused and looked at Jiang Chen. I will be straightforward. It is beneficial to no one to continue this stalemate. At this point, it is about who has the biggest loss. Do you agree with my perspective? I concord with you, but it doesn't mean we will compromise. Future Group only promises to not use unethical tactics first. Oh. So you're saying you are the person behind the information leak? Carson laughed. I never said that. Please don't twist my words, and please don't accuse without any evidence, Jiang Chen stated. Carson Loki gazed at Jiang Chen, and then paused. We will discuss with the other shareholders in Matrix to withdraw from the freshwater project in Saudi. In terms of technology, Matrix already lost to Future Heavy Industrial. Withdraw or not, their odds of winning were low. Unless Saudi insisted on building their own treatment plant, their technology was unattractive. The favor lacked sincerity. This was a wise choice. I want to say, however, the problem doesn't lie here. Jiang Chen shook his head with one hand on the table as he continued while staring into Carson's eyes. Since you have the intention to settle, I will be straightforward as well. Stop any unethical tactics against Future Group and return to ethical competition. He paused, then said seriously. Or else, we will continue to escalate our measures. Silence lasted for 2 minutes. Carson began to explain. The antitrust investigation against Future Technology has been in the agenda for a while.
With the rise in the virtual reality network, UA will never rely its cybersecurity to a foreign company. We just brought the proposal ahead of the agenda. Is that so? Then we express the deepest regret for the client information leak at First B City Bank. I heard UA received thousands of attacks from foreign IP addresses. I think this leak may be accidental. Accidents may happen again. Carson was silent again. After a long moment. Then he used a calming tone. We are here to reach an agreement, aren't we? If you're here to settle, then please bring out a proposal with some sincerity. Mr. Loki, I have to remind you that you started the war, Jiang Chen said fiercely. From the moment Blue Seagull directed its campaign against Future Group, the war was no longer limited between Matrix and Future Heavy Industrial. There was only one way to naturally end the war, and that is to stop the attacks from both parties. The Department of Justice must stop the antitrust investigation against Future Technology, and Future Technology will cease the cyber attack against First B City Bank. Carson's finger gently tapped on the table and he said, we can help you to throw the antitrust investigation out of the court, but shouldn't you do something for our loss as well? Your recommendation is? Help us recover our credibility and market cap loss. We're not the best in stock manipulation. I don't think I can do too much. Jiang Chen opened his hand. It has nothing to be with the stock itself. There is a proverb in China. Out of blows friendship grows. Since continuing the fight no longer matches both of our interest, then there is only one option remaining. Are you interested in a strategic partnership with us? Carson Loki smiled. Carson's proposal surprised Jiang Chen. B City Consortium was willing to set aside their differences and enter a strategic partnership with Future Group. Jiang Chen contemplated for a long time. Your proposal is extremely tempting. But I want to hear the details of this partnership. I came prepared. The elder took out a document from his briefcase, his smile was bright. Jiang Chen scanned it through, his eyebrows rose. Partnership? Interesting. The next morning, despite an extra 20,000 copies of the Wall Street Journal being printed, the shelf was cleared out immediately. The reason why was because of two names: Euro, Future Technology, and First B City Bank. In the next while, the two names dominated the headlines of newspapers, magazines, websites and forums. The former was recently in turbulence due to the antitrust scandal, while the latter's stock price and client number plunged because of the client information leak. It was not difficult for people aware of the situation to draw connections. Future Heavy Industries intervened in Saudi's freshwater project, but Matrix was controlled by First B City Bank and B City Scientific. Both companies were subsidiaries of B City Consortium. After considering all the players, the entire event became clear. Jiang Chen touched the cake of B City Consortium, and B City Consortium bribed Blue Seagull to smudge the image of Future Group, and that unfolded the economic war. An irresponsible hypothesis, based on the control of each consortium to the capital, would be that it was highly likely that the antitrust investigation against Future Technology was the work of B City Consortium. And the infiltration of First B City Bank's firewall was likely done by Future Technology, since they were the leader within the tech industry capable of artificial intelligence. But last night, both companies published the same announcement on their respective sites, stating a partnership in the virtual reality financial field to pave the road to virtual reality shopping. The information immediately defeated all the rumors, and First B City Bank's shares spiked by 6% on the day. It was the first rebound the share experienced since the leak. Not only was VR plus finance an element, Future Heavy Industries will separate the production and distribution in the freshwater project to form the high-tech freshwater supply. The company was injected with $400 million with an equity swap of 19% in exchange for 20.8% of Matrix to replace the Loki family as the largest shareholder of Matrix. The two companies will develop synergies in its operations. Matrix will utilize its vast resources to gain clients, while Future Heavy Industrial will digest the contracts.
To Future Heavy Industries with only technology, an equity swap with Matrix was the perfect choice. At the same time, high-tech freshwater supply went public with First B City Bank as the sole book runner. The IPO of high-tech freshwater supply marked the first subsidiary of Future Group to go public. The Wall Street investors were full of expectations, with analysts predicting the Saudi freshwater supply would generate at least $400 million in profits per year. Based on the large demand in the Middle East region, the number could more than likely double. Based on the A/P/E ratio of 15 times, the company with only $400 million in equity could exceed a market cap of $6 billion and gear toward $10 billion in a year's time. The tremendous value naturally made the share the Wall Street darling. With the assistance of B City Consortium, the IPO process went smoothly. The previously tedious process was not a problem with the support of the consortium and the passion of the investors. As to why Jiang Chen suddenly changed his mind about going public, it was because of Carson Loki's words. They already reached an agreement on the partnership by then, but Jiang Chen was against going public from the start. The reason was simple: he firmly believed in the potential of the freshwater business. Future Group didn't lack money and hence didn't require going public to draw additional funds. Saudi is UAE's strategic ally. Even if we are not here to intervene, your business won't be so smooth in the Red Sea. Why? Because of UAE's military presence in the Middle East. Carson smiled. Mr. Jiang had done some business in Iraq, am I right? That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. It was nothing worth disguising for. Anyone who bothered could trace his footsteps: Iraq and Viet. Some intelligence agencies thought these experiences as the organization's way for Jiang Chen to grow. Because of these experiences, he was promoted to be the leader of the organization. If Jiang Chen saw CIB's analysis of him, he would probably start laughing. Whether it is IS or other extremist organizations, they are more or less connected with us. This connection is not only demonstrated through the rifles and bullets in their hands, but it is also displayed through the control of capital. In necessary times, they will help us eliminate people that shouldn't exist and provide an excuse for the unnecessary war. I see what you mean. Jiang Chen nonchalantly opened his hands. You mean I'll be afraid of pirates? Of course not. Carson shook his head. Based on the capital's report, out of all the dictators, you have the most powerful military force. But do you think Saudi would allow you to station a force in their sovereignty? Just because of a freshwater supply? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He finally understood what Carson meant. UAE of course won't take any action, but they would permit pirates or other organizations to attack the freshwater platform. They could even secretly purchase the souvenir from them and research the remains. At this time, celestial trade would face an awkward situation. An international military mission not only tested for military prowess, but also diplomacy. I don't understand, what does it have to do with going public? If we go public, even if only 10% of the shares are made public, it could eliminate the concern from the capital. Carson used the word we. After he signed the equity swap agreement, he became a shareholder of high-tech freshwater, and this proposal was from high-tech freshwater's perspective. If the company did go public, the situation would be completely different. Even if it was to protect the interest of the domestic investor, the capital would remain cautious on making moves under the table. Future Group still controlled the company. Regardless, from any perspective, going public in UAE was a great choice for high-tech freshwater. Jiang Chen agreed with the proposal and confirmed that 15% of the shares will be made public. After going public, the structure of the company was 70% controlled by Future Heavy Industrial, 15% owned by First B City Bank. Future Heavy Industrial still had an iron grasp on the company. Also, the IPO of the subsidiary would bring at least $1 billion in one-time earning for Future Heavy Industries. On the other hand, with the strategic partnership formed between Future Group and First B City Bank, Blue Seagull, as the pawn, was stuck in an awkward situation. Without the support, they could not even afford the lawsuit. Court fees for the International Tribune and lawyer fees were not low since they were not charitable organizations. Even if Blue Seagull was not for profit, they still must pay for their bill. But Future Group wasn't looking to end the dispute soon as they dumped 2 trucks of files at the court. It looked like they were looking to fight a long and drawn-out battle. If you want to play, I will play with you till the end. After a week of investigation, we have determined that Future Technologies' operation acted within the principle of a free market. The litigation against Future Technology will be thrown out in the next few days. In front of the cameras, a Department of Justice spokesperson read out the words without any expression. The Capitol who gave the go-ahead to the investigation suddenly changed their mind. The senators suddenly spoke out questioning the credibility of the investigation. The Minister of Justice almost wanted to puke blood because of his fury. M-State was the home base for B-City Consortium and everyone knew what this meant. What the minister didn't understand was, if you first pushed for the antitrust investigation, why did you change your mind all of a sudden? The Department of Justice could no longer withstand the immense pressure from the outraged public. The Capitol demanded them to cease investigation immediately and solve any of the lingering in preparation. Kagwan, please wait a moment. After the updates, you need to refresh the page to get the latest updates. Future Group's repetitive appearances on the headlines made some media companies contemplate if they should seek advertisement fees from Future Group's boss. Just as Jiang Chen arrived on Papua Island, the world became unsettled because of another piece of news. New York Times, Future Heavy Industries announced that there has been a major breakthrough in the field of semiconductor graphene materials research. The 5 nanometers curse that silicon chips cannot break through is expected to be easily solved. Before 2020, the world's electronics industry is expected to enter the PM era. 1 nanometer equals 10 o'clock PM, UK, The Guardian, incredible research results. Professor of Materials Science at Cambridge University states that Future Group perhaps will change our future again with technology. France, Le Monde, under the Future Group Materials Research Lab, Lu Yuan and other 3 scientists will be nominated for the Nobel Prize in 2018. Xinjiang, South China Morning Post in preparation. Kagwan, please wait a moment. After the updates, you need to refresh the page to get the latest updates. I plan to invest $1 billion. Jiang Chen thought the wording wasn't attractive enough, so he added, dollars. Mackey's eyes instantly turned red and his breathing quickened. What do you need? $1 billion of investments would be a magnificent political achievement. He had been contemplating how to convince Future Group to increase their investment in the special district, throw more money at Papua Island, and improve locals' lives. But Jiang Chen made the proposal himself. Of course, it could be related to the breakthrough in graphene. The thought of that alone made Mackey's eyes light up. He already made up his mind. Regardless of what Jiang Chen demanded, he would do his best to meet Jiang Chen's demands. He would do whatever needed to secure the $1 billion investment. Future Group will acquire 11 companies around the world, organize the patent technology and reorganize into 5 subsidiaries. The 5 subsidiaries will produce exterior phone shells, Wi-Fi modules, screen driver chips, camera modules, graphene screens and other parts in New Malaysia Special District. Future Group is planning to enter the cell phone industry? Mackey asked. That's right. Jiang Chen smiled. I'm pleased with the labor costs in the Special District, so the new plants will be built here. We'll need your help in terms of the approval and taxation process. It was too restrictive to just stay in the phone industry. Future Heavy Industrial first planned to start with chip manufacturing before branching into the industry chain of phone and tablet production. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang Chen. You're a friend of Papua Province, leave this to me. My assistant Monica will be at Future Heavy Industries this month. If you need any help, please let us know. While trying to tone down his ecstatic mood, Mackey assured Jiang Chen. Thank you. The fact that the world's first graphene semiconductor would be situated in the new Malaysia Special District was great news to Malaysia. The plant would attract a flock of electronic parts manufacturers interested in graphene technology to build plants in the Special District. A $1 billion investment wasn't much, but the domino effect of the investment would be astounding. While the Malaysian government daydreamed about becoming the graphene factory for the world, Jiang Chen grinned. You're out of your mind if you think the majority of the core products will be produced here. The Malaysian workers only needed to stand beside special instruments along the production line to attach various components such as the CPU, baseband chip, radio frequency chip and power management chip produced from Anj Island Industrial Park. The core technology would be manufactured by workers on Anj Island. Of course, with the industrial capabilities of Anj Island, it was impossible to produce everything. The labor force in the Special District was vast, and with a beneficial economic policy from the Malaysian government, it was the best for everyone to get a slice of the pie. Graphene displays and touch screens weren't difficult to produce. For cameras, Wi-Fi chips, and audio decoder chips, they didn't require a technological update for the time being. They could be built in the new Special District or even outsourced to factories of businesses that invested in the Special District. Everything would use graphene transistors manufactured on Anj Island. In his few days at the Special District, Jiang Chen spent the majority of his time at Future Heavy Industrial's headquarters constantly in meetings to discuss acquisitions and restructuring. The meeting's materials and restructuring plan was Jean's responsibility. It had a focus on production efficiency which lightened his workload. For the role of an assistant, Jiang Chen gave her a score of 98. As for the 2 points deducted, one was because of her expressionless face, and the other was because she couldn't make coffee for him. But Aisha perfectly made up for the missing 2 points. Strolling in the center of the new Malaysia Special District, Jiang Chen felt a wave of emotions flooding toward him as he gazed at the illuminated streets. Half a year ago, this place was a town on the border, fighting to cross the poverty line. With Future Group's presence, everything was different. Bundles of cash were thrown out, and an 8-lane highway connected the town straight to the harbor. More stacks of cash, roads, and apartments began to sprout. Jiang Chen suddenly thought about Xiangjiang 1,000 kilometers away. Before its rise, it was just a small fishing village. The Special District was presently just like Xiangjiang from last century. Just standing on the strait, he could sense the propensity and growth in the air. If the Special District became the second Xiangjiang one day, Future Group would become filthy rich. From walking to the headquarters building up to the strait, Jiang Chen hadn't set foot off his property yet. Future Group purchased 10 square kilometers of land from the Special District government for an extremely low price and handled 80% of infrastructure development. If the housing prices of the Special District rose to half of Xiangjiang's prices, Future Heavy Industrial could easily be renamed Future Real Estate. It was too unromantic to think about this during break time. Jiang Chen intentionally cleared his agenda that day to take Aisha around. Life was about more than just making money. Aren't you busy today? Aisha held Jiang Chen's hand. She tilted her head while her sapphire eyes showed confusion. Today is the weekend. It's okay to take a break. He smiled. He had been taking a break all year around. Or rather, working hard for 1 week was rare for him. Just relax today then. She spoke gently. Jiang Chen tousled her hair, kissed her forehead, gazed at her blushed face, and sincerely said to her, "Thank you." Aisha's eyes displayed the confusion in her mind. I live in 2 worlds with so many things to take care of. I just feel like I owe you. Her soft finger stopped Jiang Chen from talking. Aisha shook her head, and her gorgeous but icy face bloomed into a rare, bright smile. Do you still remember the trip to the desert? It was overreaching to say it was a trip. Gazing at the gentleness inside her sapphire eyes, Jiang Chen suddenly understood the words in her heart. If you really want to talk about who owes whom, I owe you the entire world. After spending an afternoon in the special district, the pair didn't return to the company after dinner, but instead, they went to the only five-star hotel in the area. It was a tender night. The next day, although he wanted to sleep in while hugging the adorable girl, he had to wake up early. Based on the schedule arranged by Jean, he would meet with BHP's representative regarding a contract extension for iron and aluminum ore. BHP's president Luke arrived at the special district and met Jiang Chen at the headquarters. Mr. Jiang Chen certainly is ruthless. The development of Penglai was already on your desk when we met in BR, right? While Luke had a smile on his face, Jiang Chen could still hear the displeased tone in his voice. It was inevitable since Jiang Chen screwed him hard. An aircraft carrier could carry up to 100,000 tons. Penglai's consumption of steel and aluminum were equivalent to at least 100 aircraft carriers. Imagine if UA announced construction plans for 100 aircraft carriers, how would the iron and aluminum ore market turn out? Especially since Future Group never said they only planned to build just one Penglai. If Penglai became successful, a lot of countries might become interested in something similar. If Jiang Chen ever considered exporting this marine city, orders would flood future heavy industries. Hua would definitely be the biggest buyer. The reality was that compared to last year's downturn in the metal ore market, iron and aluminum ores, in both future and spot markets, showed more substantial rebounds. The 80 million tons of supply contracts Jiang Chen owned no doubt timed the market at the floor price with an additional 20% off the floor price. Luke had regretted signing the contract ever since, but he couldn't do anything about it. In order to maintain the credibility of his group, BHP had to take the loss. While they agreed to take the loss, after supplying 40 million tons of ores to Future Group, if they wanted more, then that would be the time to talk about prices again. With the increase in iron ore prices this year, the original price is no longer suitable. How much are you planning to increase it by? Jiang Chen eyed Luke with a smile. Based on the current market price, we'll give you a 10% discount. Based on the current market price? Do you think I don't know that you released a global iron ore production reduction report through the International Mining Alliance a week ago and raised the prices of iron and aluminum in future and spot markets? Jiang Chen said with a grin. Based on Jean's data collection abilities, any published reports couldn't escape her grasp. After analyzing the information, it wasn't difficult to find the correlation. Luke's expression froze. He didn't think Jiang Chen, who was keen on the graphene market, would focus on the completely unrelated commodities market. Typically speaking, the International Mining Alliance report was only read by people within the industry, but to prepare for this negotiation, Jiang Chen did his homework well. 85% of the market price, I can't go any lower. It's impossible to supply the ores at last year's prices. If you agree now, we can sign the contract immediately, Luke said. Jiang Chen shook his head. The Penglai City project has consumed a total of 19.9 million tons of steel and aluminum, and most of the steel and aluminum were consumed during the post-war reconstruction of MLL Island and the development of the Special District. We have 5 deposits on MLL Island with proven reserves of over 40 million tons of iron ore, but there's no mining plan yet. You don't have too much bargaining chips on the table. Do you understand what I mean? Future Mining's main project was seabed mining, and the main outputs were molybdenum, manganese, copper, nickel, cobalt and other metals. The gross margins for mining iron and aluminum ore were too low, so even if there were a handful of iron mines that came from the Moro government, Future Mining had no plans to mine the reserves. Luke's eyes narrowed. His fingers lightly tapped the table as she pondered how to close this deal. Jiang Chen was observing him with a smile and waiting for him to compromise. You have iron reserves on MLL Island? That's right. There are also high-quality iron mines around 67 to 68%. Not only are there iron ores, but there are also 2 aluminum reserves. Jiang Chen smiled. You should know. 1 year ago, with the constant conflict on the island, the investment environment was poor and the government had no ability to develop the rich deposits. But now, the reserves are in our hands. Jiang Chen's message expressed two layers of meaning. The first layer, we have deposits. If your price is higher than our development costs, then we won't dance with you. The second layer, Future Group is no longer the Future Group from last year, don't expect us to compromise from external pressure. If I can handle the B-City Consortium, I can easily handle you as well. The silence persisted for a long time before Luke sighed. A ragged colt may make a good horse. 1. You know this Chinese proverb? Jiang Chen laughed. I just learned it recently, I only know a little. Luke dismissed the topic. Let's not get off track. I have a proposal that suits both of our interests. Let's hear it. We have advantages in extraction, transportation, and management, and you already mentioned your advantages, which are the resources on MLL Island and the influence in Morrow. We could easily invest in a mining company in Morrow with a 50% equity split. We'll provide the manpower and technology while you'll supply the reserves and be responsible for public relations. What do you think? Luke leaned forward and lowered his voice. BHP could keep the price of ores low, but it was limited by import and export tariffs, tax collections, environmental protections, and so on. As a result, the gross profit of iron and aluminum ores had been stagnant. If Future Group could, by virtue of its influence, reduce taxes and fees for the production and export of minerals from MLL Island, BHP Mining had great room for profit even if it supplied cheap minerals to Future Group. This is a great proposal. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, intrigued by the idea. The iron and aluminum deposits had been stagnated since Future Mining didn't have additional resources to extract. This proposal was basically contracting the development to BHP Group while the two parties split the profits. But just as Luke thought they reached an agreement, Jiang Chen's tone took a huge turn. But do you think your equity is too high? This bloodsucker. Luke cursed in his mind, but his expression still remained calm as he debated with Jiang Chen. Finally, both parties settled on the agreement with Jiang Chen to supply $70 million and the reserves while BHP would invest $150 million. The equity proportion was 55% and 45%. That was Luke's bottom line. Printing out the contract required time, so both parties agreed to officially sign the contract the next day. But based on the two parties' reputations, it was unlikely that one party would back out of the deal. Therefore, the partnership between Future Mining and BHP had been secured. Jiang Chen sensed a vibration on his wrist. When Luke left, Jiang Chen pressed his watch and Jean's hologram appeared beside the table. Is there something wrong? Jiang Chen pleasantly spoke to Jean. Because Jean was taking the minutes for the meeting, Jiang Chen opened the voice recording function so Jean could hear their conversation. I detected more advanced mining technology from the database, we could easily develop the resources by ourselves. Jiang Chen shook his head at Jean's question with a smile. He casually stuffed the document into the drawer. We can't make all the money in the world, and there's no purpose in doing that. From an efficiency point of view, is there a problem with my proposal? Jean asked. Considering things from only an efficiency point of view is a problem in itself. Compared to extracting the last bit of profits, we can proactively gift out the profits and use this to chain more people to us in exchange for greater profits. Greater profits? What's that? Regardless of what it is, it's definitely not the US dollar. 1. A ragged colt may make a good horse, a young person can still be impressive. Taking BHP Mining on as an ally was definitely beneficial for Future Group. These veteran European aristocrats shouldn't be underestimated in some areas. Even though they might not be able to defeat the financial conglomerates like Rockefeller and Morgan on Wall Street, they certainly could make a dent in fields such as commodities, automotive industry, etc. After the ore supply negotiations, Jiang Chen personally put Luke on the plane. It was good news that BHP reached an agreement on mineral resource development on MLL Island for future heavy industries with a sustained increase in production capacity. The next day, just as Jiang Chen was going to return to Xi'an, Intel's people came looking for him. The person who came to visit was Bryant Kozik. Speaking of the legendary CEO, it was worth mentioning the prophecy he made 3 years ago. When he transitioned to being the CEO from COO, he was set to develop 4 core areas for Intel: PCs, data centers, mobiles, and chip manufacturing technology. He boldly predicted that after 3 years, major manufacturers would completely give up using their rivals' Qualcomm ARM architecture and switch to Intel architecture. However, contrary to expectations, the Intel chip's horrific overheating made it suffer in the mobile device market, and repeated failures to deliver their promises made them lose the competitive advantage. Intel also told investors it would develop SoCs, for both modem and application processors, for low dash, mid, and high-end smartphones and tablets, but Intel's failure to bring them to market on time meant the project was ultimately stifled. After billions of investments with ultimately no return, Intel tried to disguise the situation without providing investors with a proper explanation. Future heavy industries' breakthrough in graphene materials made Intel both alarmed but also presented Kozik with an opportunity to turn the situation around. If Intel could shift to using graphene, they would have a chance at winning back the mobile market. We look forward to receiving your company's license for a total of 271 patents on semiconductor graphene and graphene transistors at a reasonable price. At the meeting, Kozik provided his request straightforwardly. He was ready to engage in tug-of-war negotiations with Future Group. He had packed 5 sets of clothes in his suitcase. Future Heavy Industries' massive international purchasing spree naturally caught Intel's attention. They were obviously preparing to enter the field of electronic equipment production. From this perspective, Future Heavy Industries would inevitably become their competitor. Obviously, it wouldn't be easy to reach an agreement in the licensing of patents. But Kozik also had his own trump card. If Future Heavy Industries intentionally refused to provide licensing rights, that would be a monopoly. But to Kozik's surprise again, Jiang Chen generously said, "No problem." "What?" I said, "No problem. We can discuss this." Was there anything wrong with my grammar? Kozik coughed. "I apologize, my mind just slipped. What price do you think is reasonable?" Jiang Chen didn't mind and returned to the topic. $100 million. Kozik proposed a number. "We spent $2.1 billion on the research of graphene. Isn't it unreasonable for you to purchase this with just $100 million? Jiang Chen lied without breaking a sweat at all. $2.1 billion, my ass. The entire graphene production equipment cost a few hundred crystals at most. But since he was the only one who could travel between the two worlds, he set the exchange rate himself." Kozik furrowed his brows because Jiang Chen gave him such a ridiculous price tag. However, there was nothing he could do since Future Group's research team was the first one to make the breakthrough. Based on Intel's research department, the completion of semiconductor-type graphene would least require 2 additional years at least. "Then what's your price?" $400 million. Jiang Chen put up 4 fingers, then he added, "Every year. 400 million each year. Are you crazy? Is your patent made out of diamonds?" Kozik was enraged. Graphene is much more expensive than diamonds in terms of economic value, of course. Jiang Chen smiled. "Think about it, how much did you spend on graphene research? How much money would you spend? Now, do you still think this licensing fee is expensive? This means that in the next 20 years, Intel would pay you a total of $8 billion. So what? When Intel has annual profits of $20 billion, would they miss this money?" Jiang Chen shrugged. "Of course, it's okay if you disagree with the proposal. Qualcomm will come to chat with us by tomorrow at the latest euro." Kozik, in pain, immediately said, "Deal." Qualcomm was Intel's rival. If Qualcomm got an advantage, it would be disastrous for Intel's plan to conquer the mobile market. Kazakh had to buy time for the Intel researchers, even if it was just a day. They had to develop a graphene chip based on Intel's architecture ahead of Qualcomm and send a straight punch to Qualcomm's mobile market shares. Just as Jiang Chen said, 400 million was nothing for the enormous Intel. Sponsored by UAE's largest Rockefeller consortium, Intel was far richer than they appeared. After the negotiation, with the licensing agreement in hand, Kazakh boarded the plane to return home. The moment Kazakh left the special district, Qualcomm's representative arrived, planning to discuss the licensing agreement with Jiang Chen. The negotiations with Qualcomm were completed on the same day. When Qualcomm's representative heard that Intel's representative was granted a patent license for $400 million annually in patent fees, the representative didn't even blink an eye and agreed immediately. Jiang Chen was crying pitifully in his mind. Based on how fast they made their decisions, he could have given them an even higher price. Xia Xiyu was shocked with how fast Jiang Chen ended negotiations, so she called to express her concern. If we want to enter the field of graphene chips, why not drag on the Intel and Qualcomm licensing negotiations for a few months? This would allow us to independently develop chips in the market to seize the first-mover advantage. We've had the first opportunity for long enough. Graphene chip samples and production line designs are now in the laboratory. Until the acquisition of the subsidiary is completed along with restructuring, we can't start production. I believe that even without our patent licensing, they won't stop borrowing our public information for technological research and development. After all, according to the anti-monopoly law, we have to provide licensing sooner or later. Since they won't have graphene chips tomorrow, it makes no difference when we grant them licensing. Future Group would be ahead of them in the graphene chip race regardless. There's been a major breakthrough in semiconductor graphene materials. Future heavy industries will provide Intel, Qualcomm, and many other chip manufacturers with licensing agreements. Intel's CEO held a press conference stating that by early next year at the latest, Intel would be the first to use graphene chips. Analysts show that this use of graphene transistors is ahead of the expected date previously Intel set, 2 years ahead of the launch of 5-nanometer processing chips. Inside the ancient manor, next to the antique tea table, an elderly man with completely white hair was reading the news and drinking tea. While all newspapers could now be read on phones and tablets, years of habits were hard to break. Right now, Lu Xianghua's first son, Lu Yunzhong, was standing by the side. He wanted to say something but was reluctant to do so until he finally made up his mind and carefully said, "Dad, what do you think we lack compared to the big families in UA?" Lu Xianghua didn't respond and continued to scan over the newspaper. Lu Yunzhong continued. "Why can't we control Future Group like the Rockefeller family in UA?" Lu Xianghua eyed his son and scoffed before refocusing on the newspaper. "That's a very interesting statement. Then why don't you tell me, why don't we control Intel or purchase the entire Wall Street?" Lu Yunzhong's expression looked awkward. "It's pretty far away from us, right? And we can't afford it. So that's why I'm saying the Wang family is moronic. Of course, I'm not talking about little Wang, I'm referring to his little brother, Wang Linhua." Lu Xianghua adjusted the reading glasses on his nose with his finger while he flipped to the next page. Dihai was completely blinded by his family. Who didn't see the value of future technology? You'll take a bite when you see it. This is why I've been restricting the family from going into business. The land below us is the center of power of the Republic. Future Group's Hua business generated at least $200 million for the Lu family. Since it was operated by a subsidiary registered in Central America, the money was extremely clean. How many dividends could Linhua Group pay the Wang family? They indeed made some money from real estate, but what about now? Linhua Group was barely alive after 2 years of losses. The loan depended on the connection of Wang Dihai. What money did they have to pay dividends? Even the second-child policy couldn't save the real estate bubble.
Lu Xianghua's shrewdness allowed him to understand the situation. The Lu family wouldn't touch the money-making business, instead, they focused all their efforts on preserving their present power. The people who required the convenience would naturally put money into their hands. Lu Xianghua gently sighed. If this company remains in Wanghai, he could still move up a level just from this achievement alone. Lu Yunzhong was completely shocked. Another level above the deputy state level? Wouldn't that be? But unfortunately, the brighter future group's international performance, the more evidently blind Dihai was. He'll probably have to retire at the city secretary as a member of the Politburo position. Lu Xianghua nonchalantly said while flipping another page. At the end of the page, Lu Xianghua's finger froze. He threw the newspaper aside and the elder shakenly stood up. Lu Xianghua stopped his son from helping him and gave him a hard stare. I'm not old yet. Lu Yunzhong watched his father walk outside in bewilderment. His 30 years of instinct told him that his father was happy. Lu Zhonghua walked to the table and picked up the newspaper. He was curious what his father read that made him so excited to leave the house. An insider who declined to be named stated that Future Group made significant progress in graphene chip research. Currently, the Dragon Cavalry X1 graphene chip, 7 nanometers, is only half the size of Intel's Xeon Phi. However, its performance is up to 1.5 times the performance of Xeon Phi. The architecture used by Future Heavy Industrial was independently researched and developed. Splash! The newspaper fell to the group and Lu Yunzhong's face shifted from stunned disbelief to uncontrollable ecstasy. 2 keywords echoed in his mind like a curse. Ultra chip. New architecture. In early April, the UA Department of Commerce issued a public notice to block Intel's sale of Xeon chips to Tianhe 2 system upgrade to Hua National Supercomputing Center. The UA media later disclosed that the Department of Commerce issued an announcement in February saying that the Tianhe No. 2 system and the Tianhe No. 1A system using Intel microprocessor chips were believed to be used in nuclear explosion simulations, so the 4 Hua state institutions were included on the list of restricted exports. It was indeed disastrous news, but it offered hope for the rise of domestically produced chips. This was undoubtedly bad news for the compradors, but from the rise of domestic chips, there was a greater significance. The 28 nanometers process technology (MARS), developed by Phaidon, could replace imported chips such as the Xeon E5 V2 and Phi, but it was still based on ARM architecture design and had to pay royalties to ARM. The news leak of the Dragon Cavalry X1 chip immediately attracted Hua's attention. Although the supercomputer idling rate was very high in the state, it still offered great value to the field of scientific research. The key was that Tianhe No. 2, leading the world computing list, could boost national confidence better than an Olympic gold medal. If what the insider said was true, the barrier to Hua's supercomputer development would be eliminated. Jiang Chen previously planned for the news release of Dragon Cavalry X1 chip to be the next month, but it was leaked by his employee. When he thought it over, he immediately knew who was behind the problem. Therefore, after he returned to Koro Island, he went to see the director of the Material Science Lab, Lu Yuan. As soon as Jiang Chen walked into the office, Lu Yuan lowered his head. Sorry, I leaked the news. Why? Because I still come from Hua. Lu Yuan's eyes were mixed with guilt, but there was no sense of regret at all. I'm gracious for your support. Without your data and equipment, I wouldn't be able to achieve my dreams of making a breakthrough in the graphene field and I wouldn't be named for the Nobel Prize. But I know my home country needs it. I'm willing to accept punishment. He extended his hands and closed his eyes. Jiang Chen looked at him, speechless. According to the confidentiality agreement, research progress was defined as Class B classified content. Under XIN law, leaking Class B secrets would lead to imprisonment for 17 years or more. However, as a former academician of the Academy of Sciences, Lu Yuan knew his country needed it. Therefore,
When he had an interview with reporters about his Nobel Prize, he disclosed the news. After a long silence, Jiang Chen suddenly said, "I also have the same origin as you, so I understand your actions." Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes with a look of disbelief. "But you should apologize to me because you overstepped your boundaries and acted as a CEO and spokesperson without my permission. If Hua needed this, future heavy industries wouldn't be stingy with our technology, but I need an opportunity. Do you understand the word opportunity? I apologize. I don't need your apology. I hope this will be the first and last time." Jiang Chen sternly looked at Lu Yuan before he turned around. "Yes." Lu Yuan gratefully watched Jiang Chen's figure as he left. But what the old scientist didn't notice was that Jiang Chen had a faint smile when he turned around. He said a partnership required an opportunity. But after all the feuds that happened between them, he didn't plan to be proactive anymore. If people really needed this, they would come to him with a good attitude instead of future heavy industries trying to the crowd pleaser. Dragon Cavalry X1 Ultrachip was designed for Hua's supercomputing institutions. The news would eventually be made public, whether Lu Yuan disclosed the information or not. He was debating who he should use to obscurely leak the information. But now, Lu Yuan's decision solved the problem for him. It wouldn't take long before Hua's representative would visit him on Koro Island. Just as Jiang Chen expected, on the third day after news of Dragon Cavalry X1 graphene chip was leaked, Hua sent representatives there. Led by an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, representatives of Lungsan arrived at Koro Island. Jiang Chen met with the two representatives. He was surprised to see a familiar face. "Long time no see, Mr. Jiang." Lu Haotian shook Jiang Chen's hand with a smile. "Indeed, long time no see. The last time you were part of the concierge. Now, you've been promoted to a diplomat?" After letting his hand go, Jiang Chen looked over at the stranger. "This is Hu Weiwen, the CEO of Lungsan." Lu Haotian courteously introduced the person behind him. The middle-aged man at least 20 years older than Jiang Chen extended his hand first to express his sincerity. "I'm Wu Weiwen. I've long heard Mr. Jiang's name. Mr. Jiang is indeed as impressive as the rumors say." "You're flattering me." Jiang Chen smiled and welcomed the two men onto the vehicle. Lu Haotian looked at the vehicle and appeared somewhat shocked as he couldn't recognize the brand of the car. Jiang Chen seemed to have read his confusion. After the celestial trade bodyguard opened the car door, he began to explain. Luer S100, a pure electric vehicle with a solid-state lithium-air battery with a range of 500 kilometers. Only 1,000 units are available worldwide. Lu Haotian recalled the name Luer. It seemed to be an emerging European car company with a focus on purely electric vehicles. At the BER Auto Show, it received $100 million in financing and secured battery orders from future heavy industries. It performed slightly better compared to Tesla and was gunning for the top dog position in the new energy field. At present, Future Group invested $740 million on Koro Island to fully implement new energy vehicles. 3 European car companies, such as Luer, had the privilege of sharing this policy, so it wasn't uncommon to see this brand of vehicle on Koro Island. A range of 500 kilometers. "That's fantastic," Lu Haotian said enviously. It wasn't hard to tell he was a car fanatic. "Do you want one? I can gift you one." Jiang Chen laughed. "I'm okay. I'm afraid of accepting gifts." Lu Haotian quickly dismissed the idea. Jiang Chen didn't mention it further. Lu Haotian wasn't much older than him. To be able to act reserved at his age proved that either he didn't have a competitive mindset or he desired much greater things. Outside Future Building, Wu Weiwen envied the 400-meter-tall building with astonishment. If it was in Wanghai or Shangjing, it wouldn't be considered tall at all, but it had a different meaning standing on the Pacific Ring of Fire. This area was frequently affected by earthquakes, typhoons, and tsunamis. Building even a 1-meter-tall building here wasn't easier than building 2 meters in Shanghai. Mr. Wu is intrigued by this building. The building's material must be impressive. Although Wu Weiwen didn't work in this field, he had a PhD with a background in this area. If you're interested, feel free to visit anytime. Jiang Chen led the two men into the conference room. The conference room was located on the middle floor of the building. The three of them sat around the table as Wu Weiwen got straight to the point. I heard you have made significant progress in ultrachip research. I wonder if this rumor is true. Of course, said Jiang Chen calmly. In the graphene field, we're leading the world. Wu Weiwen and Lu Haotian looked at each other and read the glee in each other's eyes. Wu Weiwen contained his joy and looked sternly at Jiang Chen. The purpose of the trip was hopefully to establish a partnership with you in the field of graphene chips. I, of course, welcome a partnership, but, why is Longsen here? Jiang Chen asked. Jiang Chen thought Hua would be interested in the Dragon Cavalry X1 chip and would provide Jiang Chen with a supply contract, but the situation was a bit different now that Longsen was there. We hope to obtain the graphene chip and licensing rights to Dragon Cavalry X1 architecture, Wu Weiwen answered. After UA embargoed its ultra chip from Hua, developing a computer chip was put on the agenda. However, due to technical challenges, as well as compatibility difficulties and many other issues, Han-made chips still relied on ARM architecture. In terms of performance, although some domestic media exaggeratedly hyped Longsen as the best in the world, there was no market to prove it. However, the lack of market reaction proved that Longsen's performance wasn't as attractive as advertised. In actuality, whether it was Feidong or Longsen, just from the chip manufacturing process, they were 2 generations behind Intel and other well-known international companies. Wu Weiwen's visit this time was to obtain the authorization of graphene chips related to patents, and he was also interested in the instruction set of Dragon Cavalry X1. The news revealed Dragon X1's mainstream chip architecture was completely different from x86, ARM, and MIPS. There are no issues with granting you licensing for the graphene chip technology, but the instruction set is a bit troublesome. Jiang Chen's finger tapped the table and he looked at Wu Weiwen's nervous face. After all, the Dragon Cavalry X1 chip is still in the lab stage and hasn't entered the patent registration process yet. This includes the LIX architecture designed by Future Technology. What's the performance of the LIX architecture? Wu Weiwen immediately asked. I am personally very pleased, said Jiang Chen with a smile. In terms of the complexity of the instruction set, we may be leaner than ARM architecture, but we're in no way inferior to the performance of Intel's x86 architecture. He was still being conservative with that statement. In the apocalypse, LIX architecture was the most widely used for graphene chips. It was one of the earliest forms of architecture, derived from the Foundation framework. Jiang Chen intended to register 1,000 patents. The current patent application documents were still being prepared. What's the licensing price? Please don't rush, Mr. Wu Weiwen. Jiang Chen sighed. We can't authorize a technology without being granted a patent. Wu Weiwen's expression looked somewhat awkward as he realized he was being abrupt. However, the reason he was behaving so unsympathetically was simply because this was too important for Hua. I suggest you purchase the Dragon Cavalry X1. The Ultra chip's performance is far superior compared to Intel's Xeon Phi. If you order now, once we complete the registration process, you'll receive the first shipment. With a pause, Jiang Chen looked at Lu Haotian and said mockingly, I can promise that this chip will help you dominate the supercomputer computation chart. This was directed to the people behind Lu Haotian. The development of domestically produced chips is a guideline from the superiors. The Ultra chip embargo was a wake-up call for us and we had to have our own chip production capabilities. Lu Haotian shook his head. Although your proposal is very attractive, we still favor Longsen and hope to gain the chip production technology. Jiang Chen looked at Lu Haotian and Wu Weiwen speechlessly. Even if I give you the instruction set, you might not be able to beat Intel. From research and development to self-production, how long do you plan on using silicon chips? We're a family. Even if I embargo everyone else, I won't embargo you. How about this, let's sign the Dragon Cavalry X1 chip supply contract for 2 years. Next month, after we complete the patent registration for the LIX architecture, let's talk about the LIX architecture license. Developing this technology isn't a one-day event. You can first use our product, then once you develop your own chip, we can discuss ending the contract. Lu Haotian and Wu Weiwen exchanged looks before giving Jiang Chen a nod. This proposal isn't bad. I'll have to seek approval from my superior. Let's end our negotiation here today. I look forward to hearing good news, Jiang Chen stood up and said with a grin. Once Hua's supercomputer dominates the top 500 chart and kicks other countries out of the top 10, I don't think you'll have the guts to terminate the contract. Dragon Cavalry X1's purpose was to export since Xian wasn't consuming ultrachips. Why? Because their technology was too inferior. Future Group's servers used quantum computers and had long abandoned outdated supercomputers. Based on the contract, Future Heavy Industries would supply Hua's Ministry of Technology and Science 100,000 Dragon Cavalry X1 ultrachips per month at a price of $400 per chip. The chip would be used by the supercomputing centers, universities, research agencies, and completely replace Intel's Xeon Phi. The contract was set to begin in December. The $40 million first contract for Future Heavy Industries' graphene chip was indeed a pleasing result. With a contract, production must commence as well. Built by the construction robots inside Eng High-Tech Park, a transistor manufacturing plant and a chip manufacturing center began to take their shape. All production equipment would be completed by the institute's personnel and printed by the industrial-grade 3D printer. Future Heavy Industries and Hua's contract made UA Department of Commerce dumbfounded. The previous embargo was to curtail Hua's supercomputer development, but based on the estimate made by experts, Jianhe No. 2 replaced with Dragon Cavalry X1's computation speed per second will exceed the previous peak and increase by a complete level. Dragon Cavalry X1's production meant that the high-end ultrachip controlled by UA will be broken. The countries and companies with embargo orders will have more choice than being limited to just Intel and Qualcomm. At the same time, the LIX architecture's introduction meant that the supercomputer will no longer be dominated by x86. Future Heavy Industrial working with Future Technology will challenge Intel's firm grasp on the top-end chip market. Regardless what the capital may think, Jiang Chen was in a pleasant mood. The engineering vessel that was pulling the desalination platform had already started its journey to the Gulf of Aden under the escort of the submarine and was scheduled to complete the escort when the Saudi Navy arrived at the entrance to the Gulf of Aden. Iron and aluminum ore negotiations ended on a positive note, graphene introduction was complete to perfection. With so many positive news, this October marked a wonderful harvest for Future Group. Finally, before early November, the acquisition of the 11 subsidiaries completed the restructuring process. Future Heavy Industries' workforce doubled. Now the total number of employees of Future Heavy Industries exceeded 20,000, while the net profit also exceeded $15 billion. This marked Future Heavy Industries becoming the second most profitable company, overtaking Future Biology in Future Group. With the prospect of the home robot and chip market, the number could exceed more than 100 billion. Compared to the stellar performance of Future Heavy Industries, Future Biology, Tourism, and the other subsidiaries that performed splendidly pale in comparison. Xian's monthly visitor exceeded the $500,000 mark with an average spending of $975 per person. Future Tourism dominated the market at 40%. Future Biology's nutrient supply sale continued to climb and created a trend of healthy eating in the international market, which was complete contrary to the situation in the apocalypse. 2 years ago, in the fall that was beginning to cool off, Future Technology's Future 1.0 first caught the attention of the world. On this date worth celebrating, Jiang Chen brought his executives and outstanding employees of Future Group and hosted a celebration party on his private island to increase team cohesion and sense of belonging to the company. In order to make the party classier, Jiang Chen called Robert developing in Los Santos and asked him to invite stars to the party. Based on the principle of not wasting any opportunity, Jiang Chen also asked him to bring his film crew to produce a documentary to highlight Future Group's culture. It would also serve as an advertisement for the beautiful Panu Islands. "I will give you 10 million if you help me invite the best film crew." Jiang Chen took a pause before he added, "This is the salary, the cost of filming will be calculated otherwise." "Oh, sh*t, are you trying to put the advertisement onto the big screen?" Robert was shocked. "Remember, it is a documentary. Who said I'm making an advertisement? And we won't put it on the big screen, we'll use the online channel." Jiang Chen cursed at him, jokingly. Robert still had a fascination with the word sh*t. Now that he hasn't heard for so long, it felt great to hear it again. "Okay, buddy, leave this up to me. Thank God, this is not something dangerous. Also, you won't forget to invite your old friend to the party, right?" Robert jokingly said. "Of course not. You're welcome to come. Also, bring Nick along." Jiang Chen laughed. The party was just an idea in his head, but after he personally participated in the planning, he became more and more interested. The island was an uninhabited island located 170 nautical miles from Coral Island. The middle of the island was rich in vegetation while being surrounded by beaches on all four sides. Other than a wooden cabin on the island, there was no other extraneous structures. Jiang Chen previously brought Aisha and Xia Xiyu to this island. Natasha came along midway by a helicopter to join their vacation. Jiang Chen personally enjoyed the nature on this island and he was especially fond of that hot spring on the beach. Regretfully, he only visited the beautiful island once. When he gave it some thought, it was particularly wasteful. Jiang Chen named the island Hot Spring Island and set the party location there. The cabin was too small. Jiang Chen invited BMA Contraction, who he previously worked with, and asked them to come with the best building plan for a hotel. There were not enough palm trees on the beach. They used the vessels of celestial trade and hauled hundreds of palm trees from other islands. With the guidance of professional gardener, they surrounded the island with trees. The vegetation in the middle was also fortunate to receive the scissors from the garden master and were decorated into a work of art. The planning of the party was contracted the world-renowned party planning company, Party Life. When the company received the contract from Future Group, they put a great emphasis by sending out the renowned party planner Patrick Jarnell. The party master who planned Hollywood red carpets and famous celebrity parties planned everything to perfection. Of course, the cost was not cheap. But for Jiang Chen, it was too small of a bill to be bothered with. An estimate of over 1,000 guests would be visiting the hot spring island and security measures were also a top concern. Future Group has a lot of faithful allies, but also a lot of enemies. The security work was assigned to Celestial Trade National Security Department and Jiang Chen's ghost agents. The cooperation of both agencies will ensure absolute safety at the party. The party was set for November 15. Jiang Chen didn't expect Robert to be able to invite Hollywood director Christopher Nolan. He vaguely recalled that the guy's salary for Interstellar was $20 million. How could he be interested in the $10 million business? Robert quickly answered his confusion. "Buddy, documentaries and movies are very different, especially if it is just filming for the party. Unless you want to film your corporate culture into Interstellar. 10 million, less than a month's production period, and no need to worry about box office sales. Where could one find such an amazing task? Most importantly, he could gain a connection with Future Group." After half a month of preparation, the day of the party was finally here. Other than the executives and outstanding employees of Future Group, all of the major business partners of Future Group received an invitation. But the number of guests did surprise Jiang Chen. It far exceeded the 1,000 guests expected and headed straight to 2,000 people. Fortunately, the planner Jarnell was prepared and arranged for 40 long tables and other amenities to be placed at the beach and supervised the chef team to prepare food and drink for the additional guests. Carmen Rothschild couldn't attend due to a matter he needed to attend to, but he still sent out a representative and brought a gift from the Rothschild family. Other than Mr. Carmen, who didn't attend, the top dogs of the party were B-City Consortium's Carson Loki and Saudi Prince Yarif. Other than them, Future Biology's partner, Walmart's president, Future Heavy Industrial's partner, Lurica Automotive president, and the oldest son of the Liu family, renowned real estate businessman Mr. Chen, and hundreds of other businessmen attended. With so many reputable members attending, the party previously intended to be a celebration party took a turn and matched the high-class party of the top echelons. Because the invitation permitted bringing at most 3 people, other than people being invited, many came with their friends, inviting themselves. They included famous businessmen, Hollywood stars, or elites of the society. They all desired to befriend the massive Future group. Even if they couldn't gain a connection, they could use this opportunity to meet with people that could help with their business. Melodious music twirled around the island and added more elegance to the beautiful island in the southern kingdom. At the most desolated corner of the party, Jiang Chen was planning to see Robert, but a swarm of people flooded him. This made him recall the birthday party Yarif hosted for his princess that he attended. He was sitting in the corner when the security of the party spoke with him. He faintly remembered that the security's name was Bruce, a mercenary from Blackwater International. The reason he talked to him was because he sensed a similar vibe. But now, even if he wanted to go to the washroom, there would be Hollywood stars in low-cut dresses attempting to encounter him. Reminiscing the past gave him a mixture of emotions. The group of people surrounded Jiang Chen in the middle. Jiang Chen maintained his smile and acted in the most elegant manner in both speech and posture. The guests were all powerful and influential. If they came to greet him, he should treat them with respect. Other than the international businessmen whom he couldn't name, Jiang Chen could only name a few Hollywood stars. Although he always had difficulty remembering names, he could still match the name with the face for the films he enjoyed watching. For example, Jeremy Renner, who played the role of Sergeant William James in The Bomb Players, and who played the Hawk's Eye in Captain America 3. Also the Mission Impossible series actor Tom Cruise. Jiang Chen was also considered a fan of the Mission Impossible series. He really didn't expect to meet his favorite actor this way. Thank God. You can thank him in person. They exchanged lines and the two laughed. Jiang Chen and Tom Cruise fist pumped each other. This dialogue was from Mission Impossible, Ghost Protocol, so Jiang Chen remembered it vividly. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang Chen to watch the movie I starred in. Tom laughed, exposing his white teeth. Extending out his hand, he gave Jiang Chen a firm handshake. I not only seen it, I'm also your fan, Jiang Chen used a half-joking tone. My honor. Deserving of being one of the best actors, Tom made a funny flattering look, immediately drawing the goodwill laughter from everyone around. At this time, a blonde beauty carrying champagne walked into the circle. She stood beside Jiang Chen and biting her lips slightly, she entered the conversation with gracefulness. I do not know if I also have the honor to have starred in a movie Mr. Jiang has seen. A familiar face. Jiang Chen only examined her for half a second before he successfully matched her face. Of course. I remember you are Hermione. Emma Watson. Jiang Chen, who grew up watching Harry Potter, naturally recognized this face. On this topic, Miss Emma Watson is the ambassador for Future Biology's nutrient supply. Correct. She gently flipped up her curled hair, tiled her head, lifted her chin, and the standoffish vibe Emma Watson gave perfectly fitted with the mold of Hermione. It was an odd way to say this, since she did play the role. Oh. What a lucky guy. He received a kiss from Miss Jessica. I expressed my love with roses and a Ferrari, but she won't even date me, a tall male enviously said. It's only a peck, so what? Look, oh my, that's Oscar winner Jennifer Lawrence. God, she is my idol. The chubby man that came along exclaimed. Oh my. It's true. She is here. The tall guy looked over and jumped up in excitement. Just then, a middle-aged man who had been listening glared at the two who were indulging in the food and said expressionlessly, "What's exciting about this? This is a high-class party. If Saudi's Air and B City Consortium are here, it is not odd for celebrities to come here." The two didn't notice what he said. Another celebrity appeared and the tall male shouted to his friend. Jiang Chen's charm is unbelievable. It is not Jiang Chen's charm, it is his money's charm. Without Future Group, he is nothing impressive. The middle-aged male acted like he knew. The feeling of being overlooked was terrible. This time he raised his voice attempting to draw the attention of the two. An elder with champagne walked over before an intrigued expression appeared on his face. He stopped to interrupt. Oh. I have a contrary opinion. I think without Jiang Chen, Future Group is nothing at all. Foolish statement, I don't agree with your perspective. May I ask which company do you operate? The middle-aged man scorned in contempt. The old man thought for a moment and shook his head. It is not convenient for me to say, must be a random person that got in with their friend. The middle-aged man was even more contempt. But he didn't realize that he was also not invited and came in because of his friend. But after he came in, he didn't manage to get to speak with Jiang Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd. He didn't even manage to exchange business cards. Because of this, he was holding in some anger. He couldn't tell the brand of the suit the elder was wearing, so he thought it must be cheap. Is it not convenient to say? It's okay, I have a tech company in Silicon Valley. I think I have some credibility in the tech field. The middle-aged man took out a business card from his pocket and put the card between his fingers in front of the elder. The elder scanned the address on the card and grinned. He didn't take the business card. California Kozik Software Company. Interesting name. Thank you for your compliment. We are in the process of our first round of financing. If we are successful, we will acquire $70 million in investment. The middle-aged man took back his card, his mouth formed a curvature. Is that so? If we are just counting equity, First B City Bank is one of my assets, Carson Loki holding his champagne said while in thought. The business card didn't go back to his pocket, instead, it went into the champagne glass several inches out. The middle-aged man's wide-open jaw could fit an entire egg as he just stared at the elder's face. You are Carson Loki. God, what did I just say to him? The middle-aged man's face turned pale white as he wanted to slap himself. He thought the elder looked familiar, but he didn't think he was Carson Loki. But Carson didn't bother with him and responded to his blank look with a procedural smile. It is me. We only invest in companies with a future and don't participate in the operations of any company. Meeting with VIPs, delivering speeches, coping with the compliments of the businessmen and celebrities, and being the host of the party, there were many things Jiang Chen must attend to. Despite it being busy, he didn't feel irritated at all. Why? Of course because. Mr. Jiang Chen, allow me to introduce, this is my daughter Daisy. She has loved your culture from a very young age and views you as an idol. When she heard you were having a party, she begged me to bring her along. A Silicon Valley new energy automotive company president was keenly introducing his daughter. Mr. Jiang Chen, this is my business card. If you are interested in venture capital, please be sure to contact us, the Chicago Venture Company. I am the CEO of London Urban Construction Company. I heard that graphene can be used in the construction field. Is Mr. Jiang Chen interested? Here is my business card. We can invest together. At this time, a blonde wearing a low-cut long dress with a gorgeous figure walked toward Jiang Chen. She leaned the champagne in her hand forward slightly and the bright red lip gloss reflected a seductive glow. You can call me Scarlet, Mr. Jiang Chen. If you've seen The Avengers, you must have heard of my name. Scarlet's debut attracted a wave of whistles. The dream lover of countless men, dressed abnormally eye-catching today. In particular, the whiteness in front of her chest really made people think sensually. Of course I have heard of Miss Johansson. Jiang Chen smiled and toasted with her. He certainly has heard the name, after all, she is the famous Black Widow. Not only have I heard your name, I have also seen your scandalous pictures. Of course, Jiang Chen could think of the devilish words in his head. You can call me Scarlet. Scarlet looked seductively at Jiang Chen while taking sips of the champagne. Because of the large number of guests, Jiang Chen didn't talk to the Hollywood star for a long time. By procedure, Jiang Chen handed her a business card. After receiving his business card, Scarlet also gave out her own gift, an autograph sealed with a kiss. The back of the paper was written with the number 1071. Jiang Chen took a long time to realize that it was her room number at the Hot Spring Island Hotel. What could the number on the back mean? The seduction is too obvious. Should he go or not? 5 hours passed and Jiang Chen finally met with all the guests. In the cabin near the beach, he managed to find Robert and Nick. He enthusiastically dragged the two to the small bar by the beach, opened 3 bottles of champagne and drank with them while reminiscing the old times. When Jiang Chen saw Robert, he almost couldn't recognize him. Since last year's arms deal in South Africa, the two had not seen each other again. Compared to the original shrewd and capable appearance, he became chubbier. It was evident that his life in Hollywood has been great. The arms business was profitable, but the days as an arms merchant was not good. They not only brought death to war-torn areas, but walked on the knife's edge. Therefore, after being warned by the FBA, Robert decided to exit the business. Counting the money he made from Jiang Chen, he had over $100 million in assets. Although he wasn't in a great financial situation in the start with his overspending habit, the surprise hot box office in the movie he invested along with the last batch of arms being sold to Jiang Chen made him return to the life of a king. With money, he naturally didn't want to venture out anymore, and naturally he gained some weight. Burp, sh*t, I sometimes feel like the world is too unfair. We are both rich, why did you not put on any weight, but I'm as fat as a pig now. Robert poured a cup for himself, shook his head, and sighed. That's an exaggeration. Jiang Chen laughed. You know me, buddy. I mean, you are as fat as a bear now. sh*t. Robert gave him the middle finger while laughing. Nick was quiet as usual. The Slavic man just drank without participating much in the conversation. After several rounds, the topic changed from their life to the party. Did you sense the passion from the Hollywood superstars? Robert had on a smirk. Of course, but I don't understand why. I mean, I think they are overzealous. Because I released information on a paparazzi newspaper at the famous Hollywood director Christopher Nolan will shoot a documentary for the world's richest man. Future group may enter Hollywood. That's why so many male celebrities wanted to take photos with me. That's why so many female stars were flirting with me. It was Robert after all. That's fake news, right? Jiang Chen face-blamed. Future Group currently has no plan to enter Hollywood, at least for now. I want to refer this as building up the hype. Robert exposed his teeth, but the smile still resembled a profiteer. I took a year of time to figure out the inside out of Hollywood. As long you use the media properly, even the worst film can have a 100 million box office. You're a genius. You're not realizing your potential by retiring too late. Jiang Chen said this heartfelt message. Robert shook his head, he took another sip of champagne and began to grin. I spent 30 years making money I won't be able to spend in a lifetime, this is my value. This is some pretty good booze, where is it produced? Rothschild's gift. Damn, I thought from the start you wouldn't be selling gold for your entire life, but I didn't expect to be so close with Rothschild already. Huh, that's an exaggeration, we are just normal friends in the business world. On another note, are you really not planning to unretire? I still plan to go into the arms business. Robert burped and shook his hand. Nope, I already made enough money and I don't want to suffer anymore. If I don't enjoy the money now, am I going to be doing philanthropy when I'm older? I see. Jiang Chen felt it was a pity, but he accepted what Robert said. People have their own dreams and ambitions. You should really enjoy your life now with money. We only really live in these 30 years. Investment in movies, sleeping with the Hollywood girls, play golf, sunbath on the beach. It is a waste to not enjoy it and just work. You have more money than me. You should know how to enjoy better than me. Robert, full of alcohol, patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and educated him. While his expression looked stern, Jiang Chen knew too well. When the not serious people become serious when drinking, that either means they are really drunk, or their words are from the bottom of their hearts. But to be honest, his proposal was really attractive. Especially to Jiang Chen. Thank you. No problem. Chapter 684. I'll repay kindness with kindness. Coral Island, Lab. Lu Yuan was organizing the experimental documents of the graphene materials. After saying goodbye to the scientist still working, he headed to the change room by the door. According to the laboratory's confidentiality system, any information after work hours must be archived in the designated area strictly in accordance with procedures. Going on and off work requires a security screening procedure with mobile phones, USBs, and all other electronic devices were restricted from entering and leaving the research site. Future Group's security measure for its research information was done to the extreme. Lu Yuan picked up his phone and headed to the parking lot. Just as he was about to start the car to go home, his phone vibrated. It was an email from his old friend. Congratulations, old Lu, the Nobel Prize should be yours, right? Wang Butao, his university classmate from the same hometown. After graduation they both entered the Institute of Research in separate departments. Although Lu Yuan wasn't the most successful in the material science department, this friend of his always treated him well, and he has always been thankful. Even if he decided to leave in the end. A smile emerged on Lu Yuan's face. It would be untruthful to say he did not feel proud from his friend's compliment. He tapped a few times on the screen and sent a message back. I just got named, it is not determined yet. Beep, the message went through. Just as he was about to close his phone, his friend instantly replied. I'm at the beach restaurant, the one by the west coast, want to have a drink with me? Lu Yuan was surprised, he replied immediately. You're in Xian. That's right. Do you not want to have a drink? Lu Yuan's fingers hung in the air, after hesitating for a moment, he typed a few words on the screen. Wait for me, if we are only having a drink. Of course. Lu Yuan drove to the west coast, parked the car, looked at the crowd of people, took a deep breath, and walked to the restaurant. Instinct told him that his old friend was not here just to catch up and must have other intentions. But even then, he should still meet him after he had traveled so far. Inside the restaurant, he scanned the crowded place before seeing his friend in the corner waving at him. Wang Butao patted him on the shoulder after they met and said joyously. Are you surprised to see me? Hello, please grab us 2 beers. This guy, why didn't you tell me you were going to come? Lu Yuan complained to his friend after he sat across from him. Then he picked up the menu, dinner is on me, feel free. No need, I already ordered everything. You're a busy person and it is great you still remember me, how could I let you treat me? Don't think about the bill, I already paid. Wang Butao shook the bill in his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Who pays before eating? Lu Yuan complained but had to settle. Quickly, the dishes began to arrive. After a few beers, the conversation began to flow. Since he remembered Jiang Chen's words at heart, Lu Yuan was afraid to drink too much. He did not mention anything related to his work and just chatted about his life. But to Lu Yuan's surprise, Wang Baotao didn't try to subtly ask about the graphene project. He really did look like he was here for fun and decided to catch up with his friend. Just as Lu Yuan felt relieved at the fact that he no longer need to be bothered with how to reject his friend's request, Wang Baotao suddenly said. "Old Yuan. I always have been wondering that with the way I call you Old Yuan in Chinese refers to be suffering from injustice, did I call all of your luck away? Why is that?" Lu Yuan took a sip. "When you were in the institute before, the director of your department always threw you the most difficult project. If you had any success, he always put his name at the front. If the project didn't have any results, then he used your name as a scapegoat. Let's not mention the things in the past, let it go." Lu Yuan waved his hand in dismissal. After being named for the Nobel Prize, his mentality completely changed. The reason why he left was because of the injustice he received at the institute, and he no longer wanted to be treated without any respect. So he decided to accept the olive branch from Future Group in the hope that he could make a name for himself and prove to the people that prevented him from being promoted his real worth. But when he knew that he was named for the Nobel Prize with countless media reporting him, he became peaceful. The feeling was as if he just ascended and everything that happened in that small circle no longer mattered. Then, Wang Baotao abruptly said. "Director Li has been put on leave." "Put on leave? Why?" Lu Yuan was shocked. Dereliction of duty. This poor sucker's graduation thesis turned out to be a fraud. Commission for Discipline Inspection came in and disciplined the no-doers. This happened a few days ago. Wang Baotao smiled. There is a sucker that followed Director Li who is found to have used the advantage of his position in exchange for favors. He is now in prison too. I remember that you didn't like both of them before. Is that so? Lu Yuan wanted to say something, but when he met his friend's grin, his words were stuck in his throat. After he chewed on the words for a bit, he said something else. Is it because of me? Wang Baotao didn't respond to the question, but instead looked seriously at him. The Director of Material Science Institute position is now open. The country needs you. Lu Yuan got up, Wang Baotao dragged him down. Don't leave just yet, just let me finish. Old Wang, we are friends, I don't want you to be the lobbyist. Lu Yuan insisted on leaving, but Wang Baotao tightly held on to him. Old Yuan, I agree that the institute has treated you unfairly on a lot of things. But please give us a chance to make it up to you. People at the top knew about what happened and the superior placed great emphasis on taking out the no-doers inside the institute to clear your name. The people that took your results before will be punished. If you have anything, just tell us, is it because I was named for the Nobel Prize that the superiors finally knew what happened? Lu Yuan stared at him, coldly. Wang Baotao was speechless, then he finally said something. Why does that matter? It is the nature of the environment. Of course it matters. I see arrogance. Wang Baotao's expression froze on his face and he awkwardly said, You can't say that. I'll repay kindness with kindness. If you mention this further, we can't be friends anymore. Lu Yuan broke free from his friend and headed for the door without turning his head. Walking on the edge of the Hot Springs Island beach, the evening breeze passed by, the coconut palm trees swayed with a sizzling sound. Stepping on the smooth sand, Jiang Chen held the phone while listening to the ghost agent's report. Lu Yuan's performance? Refused harshly. Zhu Yu replied. Excellent. A smile emerged. He didn't trust the wrong people. Nobel Prize nomination and access to graphene technology, Han will without a doubt send people to persuade him to go back. However, he should know who gave him this honor. How are we going to take care of Wang Baotao? Investigate his visa. Find a reason to deport him and put him on the blacklist, Jiang Chen ordered. He was just a director from the institute and not a spy attempting to steal information. Based on the consideration of the two countries' diplomatic relationship, it was better to keep this tone down. A deportation would be enough to warn them. Yes. Future Group is dedicated to developing for the future. I want to say, future is not a noun, but a way of thinking. We have a flexible work environment and efficient work method. We value everyone's thoughts and we won't overlook anyone and any talent. If you're interested in becoming the future, please join us. Cut. After the end of the interview, Jiang Chen was relieved and looked to the directing Christopher Nolan. He changed from a serious to a light-hearted expression. No good? No, this is perfect. Christopher raised his thumb. In the documentary, Jiang Chen only appeared for 5 minutes. But to prepare for this 5 minutes, he took an hour of repeated attempts. It was no wonder Christopher won the best script at the Oscars and was a Golden Globe-winning director. Not only did he possess a wild imagination, his strive for excellence was beyond strict. Even if Jiang Chen invested in the film, he didn't compromise on the quality. The documentary's duration totaled 70 minutes. 20 minutes of the lavishness of the celebration party, 40 minutes introducing the departments at Future Group and the day's work, and 10 minutes on the culture and belief of the firm. Even if it was just a documentary, Christopher managed to make it into a Hollywood film. Jiang Chen thought it was indeed worth the $10 million when he saw the film. Jiang Chen also prepared fully for the promotion of the film. Other than Future Group's own channel, he not only reached a promotion agreement with renowned video websites such as YouTube, he also rented the screens at Times Square for 2 weeks. The $10 million documentary, or advertisement, would be played repetitively at the World's Intersection landmark. The effect of the promotion was obvious. Compared to the past year, Future Group's applicants increased substantially in November. The long-term impact could not be deduced yet. However, with the passage of time, Future Group will continue to build its influence among the people. This branding effect will not only be reflected in the applicant's job choice, but also on the production selection from the consumers. In YouTube's comments section, some people did the math to see how much the documentary costed from filming to promotion. The number somehow reached $15 million. All the netizens cried, spoiled, with how much Future Group spent on a documentary. Is there a point spending so much on a documentary? Damn, the single episode price has to be some form of record. Just give me the money instead. I can make one with 10,000. OP, do you think you are worth as much as Nolan? Wait, shouldn't we be focusing on Future Group in the documentary? Paid vacation, flexible work environment, generous compensation, real estate in Penglai after 5 years. My God, my job is sh*t in comparison. At the same time, a lot of newspapers and magazines were predicting if Future Group move meant they will be entering the entertainment industry. Virtual reality plus movie? It would be a fantastic concept with investors all eyeing Warner Brothers. With Nolan and Jiang Chen's personal relationship, if Future Group were to make a move, Warner Brothers would most likely be a partner. The day after the rumor, Warner Bros. Parent company Times Warner's stock price spiked to a market cap of $62.7 billion. Wall Street analysts first introduced the effect as future effect. Without the interference of a major capital or negative press, any company that has existing partnership or potential partnership with Future Group will push the company's stock price up 5 to 10 points. And this observation received agreement from Buffet. But the wise and shrewd investor stated, I don't disagree with Future Group's new impact on the stock indices. We are in an evolutionary era with a tech giant rising, just like Cisco and Microsoft before. But I do have to warn everyone, investing based on hype is unwise. Is Future Group interested in the entertainment industry? Jiang Chen wasn't before, but after his discussion with Robert, he changed his mind. Future Group has neither background in film production nor experience in the entertainment industry, but they possess the most essential element of the entertainment industry. Channel. By the end of November, Phantom had over 600 million users worldwide. The lack of VR development experience by major corporations and combined with users concentrated on future technologies product. It would be waste if they didn't use the massive channel. Tencent had been developing a pan-entertainment strategy. However, Future Group can also do it, and do it better. On the fifth day after the completion of the documentary, Jiang Chen paid Nolan the $10 million in salary. Before he took his team back to UA, Jiang Chen invited him for lunch. During lunch, Jiang Chen naturally led the conversation to Hollywood. "I have seen many movies but I don't know Hollywood too well, could Mr. Nolan give me an overview? Is Mr. Jiang Chen interested in investing in movies?" Nolan was elated. "The movie industry is one of the rings in our pan-entertainment strategy, and I'm personally interested in sci-fi films." Jiang Chen smiled. "Warner Brothers possess a wealth of scripts, actors and actresses, and directors. If you're interested, we can totally partner up in this area." Nolan immediately began to sell his company. Warner Brother Entertainment is one of the largest movie and entertainment producers in the world. Its massive size meant that they didn't desperately need to search for investors. Christopher, as the director who produced the legendary $1 billion box office, indeed wasn't relying on investors. Warner Brothers would love to utilize Future Group's promotion channel and the almost magical virtual reality system. If virtual reality could be used in special effect animation, or even movie production or film experience, it would completely change the movie industry. Warner Brothers, who will be the first producer to utilize virtual reality in his film, will make history. Nolan's eyes turned brighter the more he thought about it. The opportunity of a generation was within his grasp. What Jiang Chen said didn't fall short of Nolan's expectations. "Of course I'm interested, but we want to have some autonomy over the selection of the script and actors." You're planning to invite Warner Brothers to film another documentary for you?" Nolan's expression looked awkward. His hope was for Future Group to provide the channel and filming technology. He didn't plan on filming another documentary. His company, Warner Brothers, definitely wouldn't agree unless Future Group offered enough to forget their dignity. "You misinterpreted me." Jiang Chen smiled. "The autonomy I'm referring to isn't deciding on the script, but we should both make the decision. In the filming of the movie, we plan to use virtual reality technology. But since this is the first time virtual reality technology is going to be used in movie filming, the script has to be stricter in order to demonstrate the powerful effects of the technology. We can't use the special effects of Interstellar to film Village Love Story 1, right?" "What's Village Love Story?" Nolan took some time to process and understood what Jiang Chen meant before he nodded. "I know what you mean. You can rest assured on this, Warner Brothers has a wealth of script resources. It's not difficult to select a quality sci-fi piece." Jiang Chen nodded. "I definitely trust your company's abilities, but while you work on the script, we'll provide some scripts for reference. The ultimate decision will be yours. You're the director after all, and I trust your abilities." "It's my honor then," Nolan joked. After the initial partnership was proposed, the details would be discussed by representatives sent from Warner Brothers. After saying goodbye, Jiang Chen headed straight to Future Building to see Xia Xiyu. He asked a question the moment he saw her. "How are our programmers in training doing?" As early as the second round of internal testing for Godly Land, Future Technology hired a group of programmers and animation artists to receive training at Future Group's headquarters on virtual reality programming and model building. The programmers in the apocalypse were lacking and the modern world couldn't always rely on the apocalypse. It was unpractical for less than 100 programmers to provide services for billions of people. They have to learn how to fly eventually. They mostly passed the technical training test. There are currently 31 people who are working in Future Technology and currently conducting maintenance for the virtual reality social media platform, Xia Xiyu replied. "Excellent. Select 50 people from our talent reserves and form virtual image animation production company. Animation production? Xia Xiyu said, confused. Are we trying to compete with Disney? No, our competition is industrial light and magic, said Jiang Chen with a smile. Virtual Image's primary focus will be on VR film production, movie special effects, 3D animation, and game animation. The company will be a direct subsidiary of Future Group and the first project will be providing updates for Godly Land. Xia Xiyu nodded. Godly Land's updates had always been provided by the mysterious, scientific research institution. It had been 2 years and Xia Xiyu hadn't even had a glimpse of that mysterious institution. It was impossible for her not to worry. Now that Future Group was rising internationally, if the mysterious, scientific research institution suddenly stopped providing technical support for Future Group, the building would likely be on the brink of collapse. Therefore, to master independent programming, scientific and technological research, and developmental capabilities were the top priorities for future technology. Even though Jiang Chen repeatedly promised Xia Xiyu there would be no problems, relying solely on an organization she had never seen before was too risky from any perspective. After Xia Xiyu confirmed the focus of Virtual Image Animation Production Company, she immediately began working to establish the subsidiary. Her execution abilities had always been impeccable. On the second day, she finished drafting the operation plan and broke the subsidiary into 5 major functional departments, making a total of 14 departments. She also selected the candidate for the CEO of the company. The plan was uploaded to Jean's office on the company server and was audited by Jiang Chen's artificial intelligence assistant. The details were adjusted based on references from the apocalypse. Finally, Jiang Chen finalized the plan. Virtual Image, with 14 departments, didn't have just 50 people, but those 50 people made up the core technical team of the company. For the talents Future Group lacked, Jiang Chen used the simplest and most straightforward method. He solved it with money. They headhunted from Industrial Light and Magic and Pixar and acquired small to mid-sized CG production companies with potential. With Future Group's strong funding, Virtual Image quickly formed a 300-person team. Their animation film with $100 million registered capital became a topic of interest in the industry. The second day after Virtual Image completed its structure, Warner Brothers representatives arrived at Coro and participated in negotiations with Future Technology. This move certainly caught the attention of Hollywood reporters. The news of a potential partnership between Warner Brothers and Future Technology instantly made headlines across major news platforms and dominated both entertainment and business sections. The announcement published on Warner Brothers' site confirmed the validity of the speculations. The film was expected to use new VR film technology and would be led by famous director Christopher Nolan. People were all speculating about what kind of powerful film the partnership of a tech giant and entertainment conglomerate would bring to the movie addicts. Inside a movie forum, a sci-fi fan posted, "There's no need to guess, it must be a sci-fi." With Nolan's abilities combined with Future Technology's technology, it would be a waste not to film a sci-fi. But most action film fanatics didn't like that idea. That might not be the case. Since Hollywood sci-fi only makes up a small portion of the market, perhaps Warner Brothers will make Nolan do a DC movie. Batman Prequel X. Just the thought of it is amazing. Okay, I agree that VR is great for action films, but won't it be even better in a sci-fi film? I saw the player-created Godly Land film, the effects were phenomenal. Are you sure you didn't mistake Nolan for Jackson? Just as the movie fanatics were arguing, a message on Future 1.0 ended all discussion. It was a sci-fi film. On Academy Drive in San Fran, young and energized faces filled and crowded the street. On this lovely weekend, even the most hardworking students who spent the majority of their days inside the library and lab decided to spend some quality time with their friends outside. At a coffee shop at the corner of the street, a young-looking barista hustled between the coffee tables. Under his black hair was a clean and handsome face. His black pupils were profoundly unsuited to his age and had a deepness contrasting the brightness outside the window. His eyes quickly met with a pair of green eyes. "Do you have to leave?" Bathing in the sunshine scattered through the window, her blonde hair was bright. Her watery eyes expressed a longing for him to stay, but he couldn't respond to her message. Li Ming dodged her eyes, let out a sigh, and gently put the coffee cup on the table. "Sorry, Louise. Something happened to my family and they can no longer afford to support me studying abroad." His father was a doctor at the Han Academy of Science. His father's work inspired him from an early age and he possessed an extraordinary talent in science. He had always been interested in science. While reading relevant science books, he also wrote articles. After completing high school, he was admitted to San Fran State University from his excellent TOEFL and SAT scores and he majored in bioengineering. However, close to the end of graduation, bad news came from his family. 3 years ago, to cover his expensive tuition, his father, who was humble and honest, collected a sum of money that shouldn't be collected and helped a person who shouldn't be helped. Normally speaking, it wasn't a big deal, but the person he got involved with was Director Li at the Materials Science Research Institute. A week ago, the higher-ups suddenly ordered the Han Academy of Sciences to thoroughly investigate the rats in the system. Director Li was immediately sacked along with a large number of others. It seemed to be related to the Nobel Prize-winning nominee, which received scrutiny from the top and even alerted the Commission for Discipline inspection. The original minor problems were magnified. If his mother hadn't used up their family savings, his father wouldn't just be facing an investigation but would already be thrown in jail. In order to settle the matter, the family spent $600,000 already. The family had no money to support him anymore. The eyes of the girl called Louise slowly became wet. "Are you going to give up 3 years of school and give up on me?" Li Ming was afraid to meet her determined eyes. He quietly said, "Sorry, you're a good girl. I'm not good enough for you." Working part-time in the coffee shop wasn't enough to support him in his last year of school. Upon hearing his answer, the sadness in Louise's eyes was replaced by determination. "I don't need your apology." Then she slapped a newspaper on the table and stared directly into Li Ming's eyes. "I already signed you up. I read the novels you wrote before, you have the ability to compete in this. This is..." Li Ming paused for a second as he looked at the newspaper and read its headline. But what attracted him wasn't the headline, it was the following sentences. "The deadline for submission is within 1 week with an unlimited number of words. Works that have been published are not excluded as long as proof of copyright is provided. Interested parties can submit their scripts on Future Technology's official site, $1 million. If I have this money." Li Ming was moved by the opportunity, but he then shook his head. With such an attractive price, all the sci-fi authors around the world would try for it. He was just a casual writer. While he shared his work on sci-fi forums before and although he had published his work in magazines back home, he had no courage to compete in this world-class competition. Even if he did submit his work, it would be forgotten in the flood of submissions. "Are you just going to give up?" Louise gazed at him. "This isn't about giving up or not. Rather than gambling on the probability, it was better to buy the lottery. So you're not willing to even try?" Her voice smashed the hesitation in Li Ming's chest. "That's right, am I afraid to even try now? I arrogantly said that I want to become a world-famous writer, have my work translated into 12 languages, and stand proudly atop the Hugo Awards podium. Now, however, an opportunity is in front of me and in the face of an opportunity that may change my destiny, I don't have the courage to reach for it, Louise watched him. She held his hand and gave him the courage through her warmth. "I saw your novel. It was the first time I was fascinated by science fiction. You know, I never read those types of stories before. Thank you." Looking back at her encouraging eyes, Li Ming's eyes no longer had any hesitation. A bright expression returned to his face and he dropped the tray in his arms. Go now. I'll tell your boss that you quit. Aha. Li Ming nodded sincerely and ran out. He only had 1 week, so every second was valuable. After he dashed back to his apartment, he slammed the door shut and locked himself in the small room. He dragged out a paper box from under his bed that held countless scripts he wrote before. There were short stories and long publications. He opened his computer, forced himself to enter the zone in the shortest amount of time, and placed the scripts in front of him. He knew if he submitted a casual script to the contest, he had no chance of winning at all. But were these scripts useless? No. It was because of these scripts that his perspective on sci-fi was consolidated. Every single word contained within these scripts were written with his heart. Just like the bricks that built the skyscraper in his heart. In that week, he locked himself in his room. Aside from going to the washroom and eating, he didn't leave his room at all. His fingers typed furiously on his keyboard, leaving shadows behind. Without any other thought in his mind, he felt his mind was flowing. The scenes appeared in his stories before, now he just needed to piece them together into a complete picture. And gamble on his destiny. Finally, when the 7th ray of sunshine scattered through the blinds, he typed the last period, looked up with his panda-like eyes, and stared at the clock on the wall. 5 hours left before the deadline. He did it. He copied and pasted the story before he clicked submit. 300,000 words in a week far exceeded his limits, but when he managed to complete this feat, he only felt calm and at peace. Name, time curtain, submission completed. Regardless of the outcome, he already exerted all his efforts. He just wanted to turn off the light and sleep. But before he could walk to the bed, he dozed off on the table. 2 weeks of dreadful waiting. Finally, he received an email from Future Technology. With inexplicable and complicated emotions, he clicked on the email with trembling fingers. When he saw the first line of words on the email, his heartbeat stopped. His eyes teared up. His mother taught him from a young age that men shouldn't cry easily. But despite knowing that, tears uncontrollably rolled down and splashed onto the floor. He took out his phone and called Louise. "Meet me at the coffee shop. I have something I want to tell you in person." There was a long silence over the phone. "Wait for me." Louise hung up. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and his weariness was swept away. He pushed open the door and bathed under the bright sunshine once again. Under the blue sky and white clouds, it felt somewhat reminiscent to him. Everything on the street shifted from black and white to color. He saw the beauty of life again. He stopped a taxi. When he got into the taxi, he called his mother to tell her not to worry about his tuition. It wouldn't be much longer before he would receive a large sum of money. Not only could he afford his tuition and living expenses, but he could also send money home. "Don't worry, it wasn't unclean money. It was my reward." The taxi stopped at the coffee shop. The moment he got out of the car, he saw a youthful and beautiful figure. Louise hopped on him and buried herself in his arms. "Don't say anything. If you have to leave, I'll go with you." "No, no need." Li Ming shook his head as he stared into her eyes. "Why?" Louise's eyes were immediately filled with tears of sorrow. "Because." Suddenly, his face was covered with a beautiful smile. "I won." The two tightly embraced each other. Tears rolled down, but they weren't out of sorrow. Thank you for supporting me till the end." "You bastard," I thought. Louise punched him tearfully. Li Ming let her tears and fists hit him on the chest. Tears also rolled down his face, but he was smiling. Future Technology invited us to the signing and ceremony on Coral Island. They'll provide us with the tickets. "Louise, will you go with me?" "Yes, I will." Future Technology's allure was indeed unprecedented. The company received 170,281 scripts, which were equivalent to the listings on some web novel sites. Of course, it wasn't just Future Technologies' name, the 1 million in prizes also played a role. The massive number of documents meant it was impossible to manually complete the review process. It was time for Jiang Chen's assistant. For Jean, there was no inherent difference between 170,281 and 1782. The computation speed of the quantum computer could read through billions of words in an instant. The only problematic thing was that because she was just intermediate artificial intelligence, while she had the ability to think, she didn't possess any human emotions. Without emotions, she obviously wouldn't understand the beauty hidden inside the words, and it would be impossible for her to rate the submissions. She could only filter the text based on the settings Jiang Chen set. Anything less than 100,000 words were eliminated. It was too difficult to rewrite that into a script with a plot that could fill a 3-hour film. Works over 1 million words were also removed. He was planning to make a movie, not a drama series. Works with more than 50 grammatical errors, awkward logic, and obvious plot holes were among the factors considered. Only a few thousand works remained after that. Of course, there might have been gold dusted out along with the sand, but the quality of the remaining works would definitely be of higher quality. The first round of selections took 5 seconds, but the second round took 2 weeks. With Nolan's lead, Warner Brothers employees began to manually review the English. Chinese works were the responsibility of Future Group. In order to be fair and open, Warner Brothers invited the World Science Fiction Association, which was the sponsor of the Hugo Awards, to participate in the selection process. Of course, the opinions of the judges were only for reference and did not have a direct impact on the results of the selection process. After 2 weeks of selection. Finally, after much anticipation, Future Technology and Warner Brothers jointly announced their winners on the official website. All winners would be reimbursed for their airfare expenses to attend a grand award ceremony on Coral Island and sign with Future Technology. At the end of the ceremony, Jiang Chen went to see Nolan. A total of 10 works were selected, but they still needed to discuss to select the top work. The entire event costed a total of $15 million to select the right screenplay. Future Technology's willingness to invest certainly made Mr. Nolan feel immense pressure. When they met, he said, "If we were just trying to create hype, didn't we invest too much? But from the results, our reward is satisfying, isn't it?" Jiang Chen smiled. Nolan revealed a helpless expression. "I can't disagree on that point, and on that point alone. In all the works submitted to Future Technology, there were pieces of some emerging writers as well as some novels that had been popular for a long time and had a high demand for an adaptation. Obviously, it wasn't only fans of science fiction films, but science fiction writers' enthusiasm for this open contest was also frivolous." As they went through the list from the top, Jiang Chen exchanged opinions with Nolan, one by one. What about Civilization by Ian M. Banks? The most famous space opera science fiction in the 1980s. It's too difficult to adapt a series of novels. Nolan shrugged bluntly. Then what about the Dust in God's Eyes? Larry Nevin's story of the first contact between humans and extraterrestrial intelligent creatures is very interesting. The expedition team, composed of naval officers and soldiers, and businessmen and scientists, was also exciting. Their approach of, in the case of contact with non-human intelligent creatures, we must assume the other side is hostile, is also quite interesting. That book is on my shortlist. Nolan laughed. Can you tell me about the lucky ones on your list? In addition to this, there's The Fire on the Abyss. I used to discuss the possibility of adapting this science fiction masterpiece with my younger brother Jonathan, but we finally decided we couldn't film this. Not possible to do it? That's right. The scale of the universe described in this book is too great. 3 worlds and countless races, even industrial light and magic can't recreate the essence of this work. Nolan looked at Jiang with eyes full of hope. Could virtual images VR imaging technology do it? When Jiang Chen heard Nolan's question, his mouth twitched. There's no problem in theory, but 3 worlds, the production cycle is probably going to be quite long. Nolan also knew his proposal was impossible, so he sighed. That's really a pity, but when he went down the list, he stumbled on an unfamiliar name. Time Curtain, what's this? Oh, this, I was planning to recommend this to you, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Author. Li Ming. Christopher furrowed his brows as he had never heard of the name. Although the works weren't rigidly attached to the author's names, since he never heard this name before, he instinctively donned his tinted glasses. However, Jiang Chen didn't mind and began to introduce the plot. This book is on my list of candidates. Although the writing and character shaping aren't as carefully crafted, the depth of thought is unexpectedly at a master's level, and the point of view is also very fascinating. In 2070, the world's climate is no longer suitable for human survival, nor is the world's space weather. The International Astronautics Federation launched a colonization ship called Borderlands, heading for Kepler 22b 600 light-years away. Because of the slow effects of the speed of light, when the Borderlands arrived on Kepler 22b, tens of thousands of years had passed since they left. When they entered this alien land, they discovered the ruins of human civilization and alien species. Evidence suggested that a second colonization ship was launched by the International Astronautic Federation a year after 2070. They just didn't know why they were ahead on the time scale and had long disappeared. The extraterrestrial civilization on the planet was still in its infancy, but whether it was indigenous peoples who were enlightened by the remnants of human civilization or those who came from Earth themselves wasn't known. What was even more interesting are the later stories. The conflicts and suspense are carefully orchestrated. I won't spoil things for you, you should read it yourself. Just from your description, this story is certainly interesting. But how did you pick this book out of so many works? Nolan asked. I didn't choose this, but my assistant recommended it to me, Jiang replied. This confused Jiang Chen the most. What logic did Jean, without a concept of emotion or aesthetics, use to recommend him this piece? Jiang Chen asked Jean before, but Jean couldn't answer the question. She only used a vague and humane way to respond to the question, because it's interesting. Although the theme was impressive, it wasn't stellar by definition. The concept of time wasn't a novel concept in the sci-fi world. While the topic escalated to a discussion of civilization, this point didn't add too much complexity. But after reading the work, Jiang Chen had to admit that Jean didn't lie to him, the work was indeed fascinating. It's too early to make a decision. I'll go back, read this book and I'll give you a reply tomorrow. Then Nolan stood up and looked at Jiang Chen. I'm looking forward to your good news. Jiang Chen smiled. Nolan raised his eyebrows and jokingly whispered. I've always been picky with the script. Believe me, you'll love it. It wasn't until 3 days later that Nolan gave Jiang Chen a reply. I made my decision. Jonathan and I both felt the novel is spectacular, and he's already begun adapting the script. It's incredible that an unknown author could actually write such an amazing piece. Jonathan was Christopher's younger brother, but he also a well-known Hollywood screenwriter. The movie, Memento, directed by Christopher was based on the short story, Memento Mori, written by Jonathan. In 2002, Jonathan also won the 74th Academy Awards Best Original Screenwriter due to the movie. The adaptations of the script and his brother's film had a common denominator. Dark themes. Incredibly dark and depressing themes. Whether it was Dark Knight or Interstellar, dark themes ran through the films. It was because of the impact on viewers' minds that drew viewers into the world they created. While Jiang Chen was surprised by the contrasting attitude Nolan had for Time Curtain, he didn't probe further. Time Curtain was on his shortlist to begin with, and the fact that it was a Han work also made him pleased. At the same time, Virtual Image began to create VR scenes for Kepler 22b, Borderlands, and Aliens. Filming would be done in a VR environment and not the traditional, green screen, films set in which actors had to use their imaginations. Hans Zimmer was responsible for the soundtrack. He was the film score composer behind the masterpiece soundtracks of Pirates of the Caribbean, Inception, and other well-known masterpieces. It would be his sixth collaboration with Nolan. While the cast hadn't been determined, the screenwriter, director, and soundtrack would use the original team from Interstellar. According to the contract signed between Warner Bros. And Future Technology, the film would be co-funded by both parties. It was expected that the adaptation of the script would be completed in mid-December, while filming would begin after Christmas. In the face of journalists and fanatical fans, Nolan made an announcement in front of the camera. "You probably haven't heard of the novel Time Curtain, but that's not relevant. You must have heard about me and my brother's names. Believe me, I won't let you down. I can't disclose the details of the film, but one thing I can tell you is that Virtual Image Company will create a universe for our movie." The cheers of the crowd displayed the people's enthusiasm. For a joint investment blockbuster with Warner Bros., Jiang Chen himself was full of expectations. Facts proved that entertainment news would always have more market than serious news. Before Christmas, the internet hotly debated which movie stars would star in Time Curtain. It got to the point that news of future heavy industrial world's first supercomputer graphene chip outperforming Intel, and Qualcomm and other well-known international chip makers was ignored by the public. Perhaps the media and public were already accustomed to incredible outcomes from Future Group, so it was no surprise they were leading the graphene chip race. Production quietly started, with the first batch of 100,000 Ultra chips fitted onto the shipping vessel headed for the port of Shanghai. It wasn't until then that the Western media finally realized. The chip embargo that the UA imposed on Hua was thus silently broken. However, this infuriated Intel. When the UA Department of Commerce announced the embargo, Kazakh expressed doubts that the embargo was simply meaningless. A unilateral embargo would only force Hua to independently develop Ultra chips as well as force Intel to lose Hua supercomputer center orders. And his concerns had become a reality. The Dragon Cavalry X1 Ultra chip not only broke the UA embargo but also ended the country's long-term dependence on the UA Ultra chip. At the same time, Future Heavy Industrial providing Godson technology with the LIX architecture would also completely change the bipolar pattern of the processor market dominated by x86, ARM architecture. In addition, according to rumors, after the Supercomputer Center in Guangzhou announced the operation efficiency of Tianhe No. 2 after the change core, the Dragon Calgary X1 immediately drew the attention of Switzerland. Currently, Future Heavy Industrial was negotiating with the Swiss National Supercomputer Center, CSCS, to provide orders for its creation of the fastest supercomputer center in Europe. Future Heavy Industrial had begun to seize Intel's market share in Europe. Kazakh, who just received the graphene technology patent license, began to feel uneasy again. If Intel didn't work hard, it was likely to face the same outcome as Kodak. A strong sense of urgency had given birth to newer technologies. In mid-December, Intel held a press conference announcing the first graphene chips based on x86-derived architecture would be used in PCs, smartphones, tablets, and other areas. The company also promised to investors that it would invest at least $1.5 billion in research and development of graphene chips by 2018. On the third day after Intel held its press conference, Qualcomm, AMD, Nvidia, and other companies also held press conferences to publicize their research achievements on graphene chips. News commenters joked that these press briefings were simply unannounced shareholder meetings. They weren't meant to promote the product but to save the shaky prices. And that was indeed true. When investors saw the companies they invested in weren't letting research go down the drain, their mood began to stabilize as they stopped dumping stocks. Future Heavy Industrial's silence allowed investment expectations to rise, and rising stock prices finally made the semiconductor chip makers relieved. Thank God, at least they could enjoy Christmas happily. Christmas was coming, and Coral Island was filled with the holiday spirit. Christmas trees stood in front of shops, and rattans and ribbons hung around houses as decorations. There were girls in short skirts everywhere on the streets. Because of its history as a British colony, Christmas was an important holiday only second to the Lunar New Year on this island. It was one of the statutory holidays for Xi'an. However, due to the weather, it was impossible to see an authentic Santa Claus on the island. If someone was wearing a big red jacket, he would certainly get heat stroke. On Coral Island, where every season is summer, snow was just an unrealistic fantasy. Right now, at the mansion on the southernmost tip of the island, it was filled with the same festive spirit. With the help of drones, Aisha, wearing just a short Christmas skirt, was busy decorating every corner of the house. Compared to the holiday itself, she enjoyed dressing up the house more. Jiang Chen's joy was watching her change into the short skirt and tank top. No. Wait till I finish decorating the house. Aisha held on to the ladder while she buried her red face into the soft decorations hung on the Christmas tree. She gently bit her lips while she begged with a quiet voice. But she didn't realize her gentle voice didn't sound sincere at all. At least in Jiang Chen's eyes. I'll help you in a bit. No, Aisha put the decorations on the top of the ladder and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled with her heartbeat. Looking at her timid expression, Jiang Chen began to make his move with a smirk. But just as he was about to, ding-dong. The sound of a bell came from the living room. Someone's here. Aisha blushed, jumped off the ladder, and ran to the bedroom. She would rather kill herself than allow Natasha or Xia Shiyu to see her clothes. Seeing as there was a guest, Jiang Chen had to stop and walk downstairs. But just as he was passing by the window, he saw someone he didn't expect through the window. Hermione. Emma Watson. Chapter 690 Emma's Request. Emma Watson had deliberately put on light makeup. She had on a white dress and stylish beach sandals. She looked dignified but also had the sharpness of a queen. With her red lips, she looked playful and enchanting. However, when she pressed the doorbell, her expression wasn't as calm as Hermione, but it was somewhat unnatural and anxious. Yes, people always associated her with Hermione. If she starred in any movie, most people would never say, "Look, that's Emma Watson's movie." Instead, they would say, "Look, the actress is Hermione." Emma became famous from a young age, but like all the other Harry Potter teens, she didn't have a lot of spectacular roles outside of the series. For her, her entire life was destined to be bound to Hermione Granger. By the age of 10, she defeated thousands of girls of her age and won the role of Hermione. Given the immense influence of the movie series, Harry Potter, it was no exaggeration to say that she would have a hard time shaping the stage for her acting career beyond the Hermione Granger character for a long time. For an actor, this weakness was fatal. However, the partnership between Future Group and Warner Brothers allowed her to see hope. Now, the outside world was heatedly debating the movie which would be using VR technology for the first time and which lucky actors and actresses would be selected. Warner Brothers had a lot of actors and everyone wanted the opportunity. Emma was only one of many. While she had a good reputation, she hadn't won an Oscar and couldn't be called a premier Hollywood movie star. It was difficult to compete for the role with her peers. But she still had a fighting chance. Given her partnership with Future Biology on nutrient supply endorsements, if Future Group put in a recommendation, Warner Brothers would seriously consider the proposal by their partner. Although she had no chance of being the protagonist in a nearly $100 million investment production, she could still compete for a supporting role. Yesterday, her agent talked to her, hoping she could get this opportunity. Her agent even hinted that she should take the initiative to talk to Jiang Chen about it. God, this is crazy. As someone with high self-esteem, this was a request that was simply unacceptable to her. She had always tried to take on the role of an empowered woman and spoke about political correctness. Just as her thoughts were running wild, the screen at the door lit up. "Can I help you?" Jiang Chen pleasantly asked. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and smiled at Jiang Chen on the screen. Are you not going to invite me in? Jiang Chen put on a face of sudden realization and gave her a friendly smile. My mistake. With a clanking sound, the metal gate opened. Emma looked at the opened gate, took a breath again, and walked inside. After walking on the paved marble footpath, Emma was prepared to knock on the door, but the door opened. A beautiful girl opened the door. She had slightly curly hair and a pair of sapphire eyes. Hello, I'm Emma Watson, Aisha. The girl blinked her eyes. After she introduced myself, she turned around. Please come with me, Master will be waiting in the living room. Although she had met Jiang Chen at the party and knew about his easygoing character, she felt a little nervous sitting on the couch across from him. The girl named Aisha was pouring a cup of black tea for her. After thanking Aisha, she gently took a sip and looked at Jiang Chen. However, when she and Jiang Chen sat face to face, she blanked out and forgot the speech she originally prepared. Is the tea good? Jiang Chen smiled and asked to resolve her awkwardness. Emma nodded quickly and said, very tasty. I think Miss Emma certainly isn't here to drink afternoon tea with me. What can I do for you? She had her hands tightly intertwined together and her thumbs twisted on her knees. Finally, she made up her mind. Emma confidently looked at Jiang Chen and made her request. I hope to participate in Time Curtain. Jiang Chen looked at her, somewhat puzzled. He opened his hands and said, Future Group's virtual image is only responsible for providing technical support and does not participate in the filming of Time Curtain. If I remember correctly, the screening should be in Los Santos. I participated in the screening a few days ago. Oh. The result? Jiang Chen asked. No news yet, Emma said, embarrassed. Instead of answering her request, Jiang Chen's next question appeared irrelevant. Have you read the book yet? Yes. Emma nodded. Future Technology had bought the Time Curtain copyright from Li Ming. The digital book could now be downloaded from Future Technology's site and could be read online. Then in your opinion, which character in the book is most suitable for you? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. I screened for the deputy captain, but there were many people competing for this role, and I'm afraid I'll lose. She didn't go to Warner Brothers but instead came to see the partner of Warner Brothers, which was certainly suspicious looking. For someone of such high self-esteem, making such a request was really difficult. But when she realized that this character was critical to her acting career, she spoke in a sincere tone. I hope you can help me. Clever, wise, courageous, egalitarian, native of England, a lot qualities in one character. The deputy captain named Jennifer could be said to be tailor-made for Emma. Jiang Chen, who grew up watching Harry Potter, was also very interested to see Hermione appearing in his own investment. But he didn't expect the dignified Miss Hermione would lower her head and ask him for a favor. Could what the media suggested, that her activist image was only a facade, be true? Jiang Chen looked at Emma, intrigued. Don't be mistaken, he had no ill thoughts, he was just being playful. How do you want me to help you? Emma's pretty face turned a dark red, and even her eyes tensed up. I. Jiang Chen knowingly asked. I want you to help me convince Nolan to select me to take the role of deputy captain in the film. She quickly articulated a sentence she never would have said before. She wanted to find a hole in the ground and bury herself inside. Jiang Chen looked at Emma, half smiling. What about the other actors competing fairly? Last time I heard from Nolan, he said Kristen Stewart, who played Bella in Twilight, also screened for this role. There's rarely fair competition in Hollywood screenings unless it's for a supporting role, Emma whispered defiantly. It was obvious that she wasn't used to asking for favors. Oh. Miss Emma wants to use my connections. Emma's face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Her bitten lips almost looked bruised. I can help you, Jiang Chen said. Eh? Emma was shocked. She originally thought Jiang Chen would make some inappropriate demands and she was about to just walk out. But Jiang Chen's words surprised her. Without any conditions, he agreed to help her. Seeing Emma's shock, Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Do you have any questions? No, Emma shook her head quickly. After a short pause, she whispered. Thank you. No problem. Jiang Chen smiled. Since you signed a long-term endorsement deal with Future Biology, increasing your influence will also help us. And I'm personally looking forward to your performance. Her anxiety and tension suddenly disappeared. A confident smile returned to Emma's face. I won't let you down. From her pressing the doorbell till now, it was the first time Jiang Chen was able to see a shadow of Hermione. When Emma left, Jiang Chen saw Aisha looking at him intriguingly. He tousled her hair. What are you thinking? That's strange. Aisha tilted her head while she enjoyed Jiang Chen's massage. Strange? You didn't make any demands. Am I that type of person? Jiang Chen gave Aisha a hard stare as he grunted. I'm not that sick-minded, am I? Although I agree, it's a tempting proposal. At the same time, Emma turned around at the gate and whispered to herself. What a strange person. She shook her head, stopped a taxi, and disappeared at the end of the street.